Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday evening, afternoon, probably not morning for anyone still. Anyway, yeah, I've been putting together a live stream all day. So far, in the SandBox, we have Looney Tunes 9000, 56 Nick Rich, and Hunger Games 1989. Welcome and thank you for coming and hanging out in the SandBox. Hunger Games 1989 saying, I am no longer receiving notifications when Sandy goes live, so I have been missing streams. Huh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I just saw something about some weird YouTube stuff right before I was ready to go on air. Something about environmental coffee houses. Sandy, her YouTube channel being taken down. I know nothing of this so far, so I will have to look into it and yell at YouTube. But yeah, I've been frazzled this week, and it's going to be a busy, yeah. It usually is. That's the thing. Stuff usually comes up to keep me extremely busy and away from the things that I want to do. But the thing that's keeping me extremely busy has the potential to pay off or go crashing and burning really bad. So I'm nervous, I'm worried. I wish I had like anti-anxiety medication to take. because I've been investing a lot into this other venture, and there's no guarantee of a payoff. And this is the same with this YouTube channel. I put all this work and effort into it. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee it will be successful. There's no guarantee my book, Necroplasm. There we go. There's no guarantee this will be successful, but I want it to be. But I'll be writing the prequels and sequels to it regardless if it's, you know, becomes a bestseller or not, because I really, really love the book. I love it so hard. I love the story. I love the world. I live in the world. I even have dreams of it and thought of a new word for the book, for a type of character in the book. Let's see. 56 Nick Rich, what's Sandy's take on Pride sponsors bailing on parades and events? Well, it just shows an utter lack of values. Well, not values. Integrity. Or what's the word? Just backbone of these corporations. Because it also just shows what their values are. They don't care about pride, you know. And I don't think that's a surprise to a lot of people. They're just capitalists. So when it was advantageous for them to promote pride because it would bring people into the stores and give them positive attention, they were more than happy to do it. But now that it can be extremely problematic, especially in the United States, they back away, and that's just capitalism. And that's why we can't rely on capitalism to fix the world, because they're never going to do what's in the best interest of the people. They're only going to do what's in the best interest of their bottom line. And like, I'm not surprised, and I hope all these festivals and parades and stuff that I've been planning to go on still are able to go on without the money that they might have been getting from the sponsorships of these capitalist companies. But, you know, it's spineless of them. You know, but I didn't expect anything else. So it's hard for me to say that I'm disappointed in them when I was never expecting them to stand up for queer folks. It was always a matter of, as long as it was making them money, they would go along with it. So that's kind of where I stand on that. But happy Pride Month, everyone. Today is the first day of Pride. Woo! So that's part of the reason why I'm going to be busy this month. Lots of events and festivals and stuff to get to. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun month, I think. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, her channel got taken down for some bullshit claim of violating the child endangerment policy, which is bullshit. Huh. I don't know how she was in danger. That's weird. And 56 Nick Rich, corporate interests mean more than ethics or moral values. Gotcha. Well, to capitalists, yeah. They have no spine. They have no backbone. It's just, they have values. It's just capitalist values. And they don't tend to agree with progressive values all the time. But that's why we can't rely on capitalism to save the day. Like, when it works, like, when it's, they did help initially help, you know, normalize queer folks, make it more mainstream. And seeing them just cower out, just, again, it just shows that they never really cared to begin with. Which, again, to me, not shocking. I kind of expected that. But there is a little bit of stuff related to LGBTQ plus folks later on in the stream. And, you know, nothing terribly positive, though. I don't know. I was just so busy putting together stuff. I completely forgot, like, today is the first day of Pride, other than when I was typing it into the title bar of my YouTube, and it's like, I should have prepared something more. But I should have more to say next week, next Sunday, because yeah, it's going to be a busy while, and I've been overwhelmed. And like I said, I have some huge investments going to things, money that I don't really have much to spend, in hopes that it will at least cover the costs. It's yeah, it's a little stressful. And my mind's frazzled. Of course, it's all over the place because I'm trying to plan out all these things that are happening over the summer, and I just need days where I don't have to focus on anything. um because I still want to get the TYT video done and just off my plate, and then that will just clear up my stress load so much. So I do have to make that a priority, but there's more immediate priorities that need to get resolved first. But that's all part of my other life. Yeah, I saw that the Surfs were streaming. They don't normally stream this time of week. So I did pop in their chat to be like, you can come check out my live stream when this is over. Because I do know I have a lot of crossover with that audience. And so, part of the reason why I stream Sunday evenings is I'm hoping to avoid all the other big leftist channels that are streaming so that, yeah, I can get a little bit more audience. But yeah. Oh, let's see. What else did I want to touch on? As a little, jibber jabber, is that what we say? Before the actual meat and potatoes of the stream starts. And yeah, people, tell me, how are you doing in the sandbox? And we'll get some conversations going that way. But I don't have as much as I normally have, so I'm hoping this will be a shorter live stream. Because there are some things that I would like to do after this. Like I said, I'm a little overwhelmed. Managing. And I got my crispy curls going that I have already started playing with. So as soon as I start, I don't stop. It's the texture, the texture. Okay, let's see. How are we doing for audience? Well, you can probably get into it. Unfortunately, I do have like a lot of heavy stories today, and it's a weekend, and people, it's like a nice day out and want to relax. But some of these things they still need to be covered. News needs to be informed, and there are stories that I tend to cover that a lot of other people miss. There is some overlap. As I was watching the surfs, I'm like, so I'm going to be covering that. That was the other reason why I liked doing the Sunday evenings, was like, aha, if anything happens on the weekend, I can cover it first. So yeah, it is what it is. Hunger Games 1989, Lance was 6 this past week, so he only streamed once, which was Friday. 56 Nick Rich, I need a list of left-leading Canadian live streamers. LeftoftheBox is all I've managed to discover in the last few months. Ideas? Well, there's the Surfs. Rachel Gilmore. She has a YouTube channel now. Steve Boots. David Dole does do some... Oh, but they don't... Oh, you're looking for live streamers. They don't live stream. Well, Steve Boots live streams. Rachel Gilmore, as far as I know, she does not live stream. So the Surfs. As far as like Canadian live streamers go, I don't know of many more. Like, I know there's probably a lot of teeny tiny channels. So there's that. But yeah, it'd be the Surfs and Steve Boots and me that are the Canadian live streamers. But for more Canadian content, you do have Rachel Gilmore. David Dole does do videos from time to time on like specifically Canadian issues. So Yeah, and there's lots of stuff to get to. Hello, Rachel Atwood. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Yeah, so, but as far as like live streamers that are Canadian leftists, to be fair, I don't know which live streamers would be Canadian rightists. Like, who's the right-wing Canadian live streamers? I don't even know that. It'd be interesting to find out. And start getting some of that Canadian drama going back and forth. The Wild West, there's a lot of conservative streamers. Yeah, no doubt about it, but I don't know if there how many are like specific Canadian. Like I've seen clips here and there of some pretty grotesque right-wingers that are Canadian, so they probably do stuff, but it's not in my algorithms. Like that's part of the problem with YouTube is it's not in the algorithms. I'm sure there's lots of leftist live streamers out there that are Canadian, but they just don't pop, they don't break through the algorithms. I don't really break through the algorithms. So it's a bit of a battle. And I get the feeling that once you find a right-wing Canadian live streamer, you just click on them, you'll find a whole bunch more very fast because it tends to favor the right wing. Hello, John Davis. Happy Pride Month to you too. Rachel Atwood, the Laurens, Chen and Southern. I don't know if they stream. And David Dole does stream once in a very long while, and it's often not related to like Canadian politics when he does stream, unless it's like covering an election or a debate of some sorts, because sometimes when he does live streams, it's more about talking with his buddy about stuff. The guy that runs Rebel News, I know his name, but I get mixed up because there's an Ezra Klein, and it's not Ezra Klein, but it's Ezra something. But I'm horrible with names. 56 Nick Rich. I'm hoping that Ezra Levant. Yeah, that's it. The Wild West. And 56 Nick Rich. I'm hoping Charlie Angus starts live streaming. It'd be interesting. Because I'm sure he has a lot to say from his perspective of being in Parliament for so long. But, you know, does another cis white male. There's a lot of that online. Which means that he could just show up and probably get a much larger audience than me too. But anyway, we should probably be getting into like the actual news of the day and get that out of the way, and then we can chit chat even more. I can talk about my book. Oh, that's all I want to do, really. I just want to forget all of this devastating news and talk about my book. Doesn't that sound like fun? But, you know, why don't we get all the news out of the way first, and then we can just chill out for a bit. Because, yeah, I'm going to start with one of the heavier stories first, because I'm going to be talking about Gaza and the doctors that were coming back from Gaza and some of the horrific things that they were relaying to, you know, the Canadian politicians, not that they're paying attention. Like, I love that red line that they keep on talking about in the government. You know, what's the Prime Minister's name? Mark Carney. Like, but, you know, sending out that joint statement, like, red line, there's a line, there's a line. That red line is starting to look like a fire truck ladder. Like, it just, another rung keeps on being added and added and added. And there is no line. With all the video that's out there, if there had been a line, it would have been crossed. So there is no line. Like, I don't think there's anything Israel can do where Canada and the United States and other Western nations would be, okay, that's it. We're no longer going to give you any support whatsoever. I just don't think that exists, because dropping a nuke maybe on Gaza. But short of that, I don't think there is anything that Israel can do where we still wouldn't be supporting, like the Canadian government wouldn't be supporting them. Because they find the workarounds, like the amount of effort they put into propping up a genocidal nation is mind-boggling. Like they're putting work and effort into skirting the rules that they're putting into place so that they can support this. Like it boggles my mind that they are so proactive about this when there's so much that they should be doing. Because it's like, yes, we don't sell weapons to Israel anymore. We canceled all those contracts. But we do sell the parts to United States, who then sell the weapons to Israel. We're still involved. Canada is still not clean of that. And I just don't think there's a line. You come back with the horror stories. You can see the satellite footage of or satellite photos, and it's rubble. The whole strip is rubble. There's no line. It would have been crossed if there was one. And it's so disgusting that there's so many people trying so hard to find the loopholes so that they can support this genocidal nation. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. But why don't we get into it? So this is from CBC News. Toronto City Council passes controversial bubble zone protest bylaw. I was thinking of covering this last week, but I had already covered so much and I was exhausted. And at the time, the couple articles I had were very dry. And so I was like, nah, I'll skip it. But more has come out regarding this, so I figured now is a good time to cover it. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2. A bit for the kitties. Yeah, thank you. Frodo's doing well still. I don't have to give him the subdural fluids anymore, so that's good. But he's been doing well. But yeah, anyway, back to the article. I get distracted so easy. Yes, Toronto City Council passes controversial bubble zone protest bylaw. And like I said, I was going to cover this last week, but the Breach had a really good article on it that was super long. I love their articles, super duper duper long. So here we have some information about that bylaw restricting protests around places of worship, schools, daycares to come into effect July 2nd. So this is an issue. And some people might say, well, there's, bubble zones. So basically in a bubble zone, you're not allowed to protest within a certain distance of, the place of worship or a school. And not all bubble zone bylaws are bad, because there were ones protecting people going into clinics for abortions, because they were literally being blocked from getting health care. And so in that case, yes, you absolutely should put down a bubble zone so that people can access the health care that they need. But now they're saying, well, this is blocking people from going to their place of worship and stuff. But the thing is that people aren't blocking people to go in and worship. They're holding political events at these places of worship. And when you hold a political event, like selling off pieces of the West Bank, which is still happening in Canada quite rampantly, we should be able to protest that if you're going to have that type of activity done there. But let's read a little bit more on the article. Oh, there's a video. Why don't we watch a bit of the video? I don't know what the video says. So it's Toronto passes bylaw to restrict protests around places of worship. And this video is from 10 days ago, but the article, oh my God, has it been that long? Yes.
It's been a busy few days at City Hall with many things on the agenda, and today Toronto City Councillors spent hours debating one particular item, the long-discussed and controversial bubble zone bylaw meant to protect religious institutions from protests. Lane Harrison has been following the proceedings all day. He joins us now. Lane, what's the latest?
So, Kelda, one of the most controversial items on City Council's agenda has just passed here at City Hall, meaning that Toronto will have a so-called bubble zone bylaw restricting protests near certain places of worship, daycares, and schools. Now, what this means is that those places will be able to request protection under the bylaw and receive a 50-meter protest buffer zone around their property. Now, this was voted through with 16 councillors and the mayor voting yes and 9 councillors voting no. And Kelda, as you said, that decision came after a heated debate. For more than a year, Toronto's streets have been filled by intense protests as a result of the Hamas-led attack on Israel and the country's bombardment of Gaza, leading some city councillors to call for a bubble zone law that would prohibit such demonstrations near religious buildings or schools.
What we've seen is a pattern of harassing and intimidating the Jewish community, Jewish school children, Jewish seniors, because of a foreign war that we didn't start in.
They're not harassing Jewish people. They're not. She's just lying. She's flat out lying. They are protesting a genocide that's happening. So saying stop the killing and genocide is not harassing Jewish people. And people like her who conflate, Judaism with Zionism are part of the problem. Because those are two very different groups of people. And so to feel like you're being attacked when people are saying, we shouldn't be bombing Gaza and stuff, then that's definitely, that would be a you problem. Like that is not you being attacked. Standing up for the rights of individuals is not attacking somebody else's right to exist.
Don't control. It is not legitimate to intimidate Toronto Jews because of a foreign war, no matter how horrible that war is.
The chamber was filled with those for and against the bylaw, including a protester who was removed while councillors spoke to media at lunch.
Nobody spoke into context.
While others made their presence known during debate.
They don't want to hear from anyone else. They want to shout.
Councillor Pasternak, please speak through the chair, please.
Critics of the bylaw say it limits people's rights to free expression. They say police already have powers to protect access to property and intervene if there is a threat to safety.
I am not going to discount that fear. I'm not here to judge how people feel. But I am going to say that it comes at such a substantive cost to all of us. Because I think what we need to recognize is that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is not just for one group, it's for everyone.
Every single...
I watched her full speech on it, and it was really good. I might be able to look it up to show you guys later on. We'll see. Like I said, I was going to cover this last week, but it was a really long article, and it was pretty dry material, but more stuff has been developing along this line, so let's continue on with this. But the woman that we just saw, a councillor in Toronto, let's see. This woman here, she had a really good speech about it.
Every single right anyone in this chamber enjoys was won not by the Charter, it was won by protest. Protest is not the enemy of any right that you have. Protest is the means by which that right was won and will be protected.
While supporters maintain it's about safety.
I don't want to see a city where, a family trying to go to faith-based school or people who are trying to go and practice their faith, go access their places of worship, that they are subjected, that they have to push through hateful mobs that are trying to intimidate, harass them.
They're not hateful mobs. And again, they're using this as a shield. Israel's all about, oh, look at who's using what as a shield. Well, they're using this law as a shield because they are holding events in these places of worship that are selling off land in the West Bank. These are things that are still going on, that are still being protested. And so this would deny people the ability to protest the fact that these illegal things are happening in these places of worship. Like, if you don't want that place of worship to be harassed and protested, maybe not have an illegal sale of Palestinian land there.
So Kelda, this bylaw won't apply to every place of worship, school, or daycare. Instead, the operators of those locations will have to request protection under the bylaw if they believe or have reason to believe that a protest will be occurring within the buffer zone of their property. And then once they are granted protection under the bylaw, the so-called bubble zone will last for a year. And Kelda, this bylaw is coming into effect on July 2nd.
All right, thank
A little bit more from the article. So, yeah, they passed that in July. Okay. So during the debate, Ward 11 Councillor Diane Sachs called certain protests in the city pressing and substantial problem. Nothing in this bylaw stops people from protesting, she says. The original version of the bylaw proposed by city staff for a request-based system that would allow vulnerable institutions to apply for a 20-meter buffer zone around them. For that request to be granted, the owner of the institution would have to prove it had been affected or targeted by protests within the last 90 days. Councillors amended the bylaw motion Thursday instead of increasing the buffer zone to 50 meters and removing the provision that an owner would need to prove they had been affected or targeted by a protest in their application. Once a location has a bubble zone, it will last for a year. So they can preemptively make their area a bubble zone. What counts as legitimate protest called into question. The bylaw's enactment comes after months of demonstrations in Toronto following the, let's just say, the genocide being inflicted on Gaza by Israel. And Sachs argues that it's perfectly legitimate for people to protest the conduct of a foreign government in front of their official institutions and embassies, citing U.S. President Donald Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as worthy targets for dissent. What is not legitimate is to use the excuse of foreign war that Toronto Jews did not start, do not control, and cannot stop to intimidate toddlers, school children, and people going into a synagogue, she says. Well, the thing is that people aren't protesting that. They're not stopping people from doing any of that. They're having events in these synagogues selling off Palestinian land, which is illegal. Other councillors, however, argued that it is impossible to divorce local protests from overseas violence. Etobicoke Lakeshore councillor Amber Morley said that they are directly connected, while denouncing a conflation that any protests at Jewish facilities are by definition anti-Semitic. It is not true to say that every protest that is standing for the rights and freedoms of Palestinians who are subjected to the atrocities is anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish, she said. Yeah, it's just, these aren't just foreign conflicts that are happening. They are ones that this government is involved with by supplying arms and backing and propping up. This government is involved with it, so we should be protesting here. And like I said, they're protesting events at these synagogues that's selling off Palestinian land. It's not, they aren't protesting the synagogue. They aren't protesting the school. They are protesting the event that is happening within. Councillor Jordan Perks says it's important to remember the role that protests play in building a society. Every single right anyone in this chamber enjoys was won not by the charter, it was won by protesters, said, and we saw that in the video. Let's see. Fine for people contravening bylaw set at $5,000. Some observers at City Hall during the debate Thursday flashed signs on laptops and phones in support of Palestinians and applauded councillors who expressed worry over free speech rights being trampled upon. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association and Centre for Free Expression also weighed in via joint letters sent to the city last week, saying the bylaw represents a significant risk to peaceful expression and assembly and is not necessary in light of existing police powers. Yeah, if the protest is becoming violent, then the police can shut it down. It's not like they are not allowed to touch that. So the police, and here we go, the police already have broad powers to protect access to property and to intervene in the event of a threat to human physical safety, including during protests. The letter reads, therefore, a new bylaw is simply unnecessary. With the bylaw now passed, Toronto is following in the footsteps of other cities, including Vaughan and Brampton, which implemented similar measures last year after protests and clashes sparked calls to prohibit protests near buildings considered to be social infrastructure in the eyes of the city. Police and bylaw officers in Toronto are expected to warn people in these zones before issuing fines, allowing them the chance to leave the area voluntarily. The maximum fine for people who refuse to leave would be $5,000. So we have a little bit more. So this is from the Muslim lawyer on Twitter. Toronto just passed a bylaw that restricts protests near places of worship, schools, and child care centers. Sounds reasonable until you realize it's a political shield masquerading as protection. City councillors were warned by their own legal department that the bylaw violates the charter. 63% of the 42,747 respondents who participated in consultations were against the bubble zone. So yeah, the city looked into it. More than half said, no, this isn't a good idea. And the city said, well, we're going to do it anyway. They passed it anyway and even removed the safeguards that might have made it defensible in court. It doesn't improve safety, as police and bylaw officers confirmed. What it does do is silence dissent, particularly criticism of political activities tied to foreign governments like fundraising for illegal settlements. Let's be clear, protesting political activity isn't the same as targeting a faith community. If a religious institution chooses to promote or host political causes, it shouldn't be off limits for peaceful protests just because it's also a place of worship. Fundraising for the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, or selling illegal settlement properties is not a religious activity. As Toronto Star City columnist and former Washington Borough Chief Edward Keenan wrote, the supposed benefits are symbolic. The harms to our democracy are real. And there's a link to the Star, which I'm not going to open because they put everything behind a paywall. The city councillors and the mayor, Olivia Chow, traded charter rights for political points with the pro-Israel lobby. We don't need bubble zones to protect charter rights. We need courage to uphold them. Kudos to Councillor George Perks, who voted against the bylaw because he saw it chip away at our democracy, summed it up as a bad day for Toronto. See the image below to see who sold out your rights and who stood firm, and the link is there. So that's the Toronto Star article there. And 63% were unsupportive of such bylaw. And here we have the vote, the 16-4 and the 9 against it. So this tweet set off a little bit of, well, then there's also this tweet. So these tweets were getting people upset that they were pointing this out. And I just want to check to make sure, because I did this silly thing where I wanted a tweet, but there was like multiple layers. And so I went to the beginning layer thinking I would go back, but then I forgot which tweets I did that with. So let's see if this, no, not that one. Okay, so I can go back to this one. So here is Mohammed Fekin. Mohammed. Hi, hey Mayor Olivia Chow. This is clearly ridiculous and needs to be immediately repealed. Protesting the sale of real estate in the occupied West Bank cannot be shielded because it is held at a place of worship. The lobbying that caused this to happen clearly overreached. This will be defeated in court. My community and I would prefer to spend charitable dollars to feed the hungry rather than on lawyers. Do the right thing. So people are getting upset, including Ben Mulroney, son of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who is also a conservative hack. If you're looking for that right-wing content, I believe he makes some. Mohammed, you've done a lot of good in your life. I have said as much, and I would still welcome a conversation with you on my radio show. But this is an asinine take. There is absolutely zero justification for ever targeting places of worship. Mosques or synagogues or churches should be off limits, full stop. So let's start with the condescension. It's a good way to get somebody's attention by just saying, oh, you've done so much good, like it'd be a shame for you to tarnish that by, standing up for human rights. And then here's Heidi Matthews, who replied to Ben Mulrooney saying, hi there, Ben Mulrooney, professor of international law here. Israeli settlements in the West Bank are a war crime. Rome Statute Article 8.2b. Are you saying that facilitating war crimes should not be protested? And again, it's not the places that are being protested. It's the events that are happening in it. And then here we have, hi Heidi, just a dude here, protests as synagogues in Toronto, where the vast majority of the worshippers probably don't have Israeli passports because they are Canadian citizens? You tell me. Again, very just like, oh yeah, you put in your credentials. Well, I'm just a dude and I'm just, talking to you as a real person. And it's like, shucks darn, there's actual protests at these synagogues in Canada against people who are Canadian citizens? And so she replied, dear just a dude, I'm confused. Are you asking for clarification on the facts? Yes, the real estate events promoting war crimes happened, sadly, at synagogues in Canada. Yours, Lady Law Professor. I like that. I like that. That was a good response to a douche canoe like Ben Mulrooney. But other people were also replying to Ben Mulrooney. So here's Stuart Benson saying the protest was because the synagogue was hosting an event fundraising for Israeli military veterans. I would assume Russian Orthodox Church doing the same for that country's army would face protests by Ukraine supporters, but Ben would apparently condemn them as well. And so Ben Mulrooney also replied back to this guy saying, no, Stuart, I recognize, unlike you, that Israel and the Jews are held to a double standard. They are, actually. Israel is held to a double standard, one that favors them. And the fictitious yarn that you just spun would never happen to any other cultural group anywhere. Yeah, Israel gets away with a lot. A lot. Do Yemen, do Syria, do Iran, do Afghanistan? Where are protests in front of their places of worship? Well, where are those places of worship hosting events that are, fundraising for their militaries or selling off West Bank land? Like, where are those events happening in those places of worship? Because then, yeah, they should probably be protested. My question was rhetorical, obviously, because to answer my question is to expose your bias. Have a great night, friend. Canadian arguing at its best. And Stuart replied, Ben, you can remind me of which Canadian mosques are holding fundraisers for Yemeni or Syrian armies. And of those that are, do you believe it would be Islamophobic to protest those events, or do you similarly condemn anyone who took offense? Yeah, there is a double standard, Ben, but it's in the favor of Israel. And speaking of these, there's Samira, who is an independent journalist who covers a lot of this stuff, and she was at one of these protests. So here we have, if we go back a couple, Leslie Church. The disruptive protest outside Casa Loma, where the Abraham Global Peace Initiative was hosting an event, is unacceptable. I'm in touch with Toronto Police and understand the charges were laid against 2 participants. Let's be clear, the protest does not permit hateful violence and intimidation. This is neither blah, blah, blah. This is why I campaign to legislate for the access zones and is what our government will do to keep the Jewish community safe. And Samira was saying, I was outside reporting on this. I can tell you, no one cared about the religiosity of those inside. What they did care about was a Toronto landmark holding this person, Ambassador Gilad Erdan, a man who said UN should be wiped off the face of the earth. For shame. And she built on that by saying, and this is what Liberal Party MP Leslie Church is defending. So that's who the other woman was. A racist Islamophobic rant by the person that was just mentioned, that is Ambassador Gilland, inside Toronto Landmark at Casaloma. Israel former UN ambassador laments Muslim countries have the right to vote. UN makes perfect sense. So let's give this a listen.
Today, it's comprised of, you know how many countries? 193 members. And who are they? Who are these new members? So, listen to this. 56 of them, Muslim countries, almost 1/3. Majority, non-democracies. All of them have the same voting right, regardless of size or human rights record.
So he's saying all these Muslim countries that don't have democracies somehow get the same rights in the UN.
What a distorted system. And this is exactly the UN's original sin. Today...
Yeah, the original sin, allowing all these Muslim countries to be part of the UN. What a piece of garbage. And speaking of other mayors who are doing the wrong thing, so Olivia Chow helped with making that bubble zone. She is not the progressive people thought or was hoping she would be when she became mayor of Toronto. Well, there's another mayor who is doing a dipshit move. And this mayor, people might recognize her name, Andrea Horwath. She used to be the leader of the provincial NDP and then lost 5 times over. Well, she did a little something. So this is from Rabbi David Misvari. Hamilton Mayor full-page ad for $2,500 in J&F fundraising book. Israel starving 2 million people in Gaza, bombing refugees in tents, killing doctors and more. What is she thinking? Buying influence with wealthy Zionists equals complicity in genocide. And this is the letter here from Mayor Andrea Horwath. On behalf of the city of Hamilton, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 annual Give dinner to the dinner. This year's dinner is in support of the construction of the Rehabilitation and Therapy Center, a facility that will provide essential medical and rehabilitative care for trauma victims, children with disabilities, and pediatric cancer patients in southern Israel. Where's that fundraiser for all the people in Gaza who need medical care right now, but can't get it because all of their hospitals were bombed? This year's dinner honoree, Victoria, upholds her family's legacy as a third-generation recipient as the Director of Public Relations, Marketing, and Strategic Partnership for whatever that is. Victoria is a trailblazer in advocacy, empowering marginalized communities, championing women and girls, and fostering economic growth. That is much-deserved honor. Yes. But yeah. Anyway, the mayor of Hamilton, former leader of the provincial NDP, paid this organization $2,500. Yeah, it is the pushback against Israel and what Israel is doing has become more than half. Yet it's so ingrained in the establishment, in the elites of politics on every level, that they are not budging. It is grotesque that, you know, more than half the people in the consultation can be like, these bubble zones are a bad idea, and the city still go through with it. And then here you have that guy talking about like, oh, these undemocratic Muslim countries. Well, how democratic is it for the city council to dismiss more than half of people saying that this is a bad idea? Is that how democracy works? Like, is that how it's supposed to work? A little bit more related to this, Yves Angler bumped into former Immigration Minister Mark Miller on Sparks Street in Ottawa today, and he unleashed a tirade of insults, calling me a huckster and phony when I asked him why Canada has taken in 10 times as many people from a nation committing the Holocaust than Palestinians from Gaza.
Mr. Miller, what's your feeling on your legislation?
Hi, Eve, how are you?
How about yourself?
I'm good.
The legislation that had about 10 times as many
How about you put your phone down?
Israelis,
We can have a real conversation.
10 times as many Israelis come to Canada as
Instead of me
Palestinians in
playing into
Gaza.
your shtick, why don't you put your phone down? You and I can have a real conversation. Otherwise, I'm just playing into your own.
Yeah, why don't we have a real conversation where you're not recording me? Because when you record me, it kind of makes me look bad.
What's a shift? What's the self-absorbed media feed? This isn't substance behind this?
This is all about you.
There's no substance behind this?
There's no substance behind you, Eve Angler.
There's no substance behind the fact that you allowed more Israelis, 10 times as many Israelis, the country committing the Holocaust, as Palestinians come into the country.
You're a huckster, you know it. You're just playing into your own social media feed. Good luck, man.
So that there's not human beings dying in Gaza because of that?
No, you're a fake and a phony, Eve, and you know it.
So again,
You don't care about that cause.
There's no human beings dying.
If you did, you'd do your research.
Okay, I did do my research. Okay, as you might probably know, I published the only book on Canada's role. Mr. Miller.
Yeah. People like Mark Miller and all the other politicians who have been supporting this genocide should never have a minute of peace again in public. They should be protested. They should be questioned. They should, again, nothing violent, no physical violence, that sort of thing. But they should be reminded of every moment that they are in public of what a horrible piece of shit they are. They should be forced to justify or try to justify their actions or lack of actions. None of these people should be allowed to get off the hook for what they allowed to happen under their watch. And of course, once this genocide is over, a lot of these people, like Mark Miller, will be like, well, I was always against it. Well, here's the Pope, the new Pope, saying, from Gaza, the cries of parents rise to heaven ever more intensely as they clutch the lifeless bodies of their children searching for food and shelter from bombs. I renew my appeal to leaders. Ceasefire, release all hostages, and fully respect international humanitarian law. So, religious leader of what is it, 1 billion Catholics? And even he's getting ignored by our government that apparently had a line that Israel wasn't allowed to cross. Yeah. Sorry, what was that line? Because we have Canadian doctors who were there and coming back, and they're telling tales of absolute horror. So I think this is where I need to put in content warning. Let's see. Make that a bit smaller. No, other way. There we go. So this is from CTV News, an article that I was actually quite surprised with how when you start getting the mainstream media coming out and actually being semi-accurate in their coverage of what's happening over there, that is an indication that it's turning, the tide is turning on this, but it's still too little too late for the millions of people who lived in Gaza, every one of them traumatized, just what has happened, every one of them have suffered, has been put through hell. Like, there's not a single person in Gaza left untouched by this. It's too little too late, but, you know, when mainstream media starts turning. So this is in CTV News, but it is from the Canadian press. Canadian doctors who served in Gaza call for arms embargo sanctions against Israel. Canadian medical professionals who treated wounded Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are urging Ottawa to stop all military trade with Israel. The doctors said Wednesday Canada's current restrictions on arms exports to Israel aren't good enough, and they allege Canadian firms are still making military components being used in Gaza. Israel has insisted, and yeah, it's basically they're being shipped to the United States, which are then being put into weapons, which are then being sent to Israel. Israel has insisted for months that its military operations in Gaza are meant to stop the threat opposed by Hamas. Again, it's just this idea. It's like we're doing this to protect ourselves. We're committing a genocide because of this threat of this ragtag group of people. But it has faced a wave of international condemnation over the high civilian death count and its restrictions on aid, including food and medical supplies. Orthopedic surgeon Deidre Noonan told a Wednesday news conference on Parliament Hill she saw many patients with ghastly injuries during her 5 visits to Gaza, including injuries consistent with drone strikes that were incurred during a ceasefire. As a surgeon, I cannot treat a genocide. As a doctor, we cannot stop a famine. So we demand the Canadian government take meaningful action, the Saskatchewan doctor said. She was joined at the press conference by other medical professionals from the group Doctors Against Genocide, which took part in a protest Wednesday at major arms industry trade show called CanSec. The group said companies represented at the trade show have built components deployed in Gaza and cited one Ottawa company that makes sensors used in fighter jets. That's despite Parliament's vote in March 2024 to stop new arms permit for Israel and the federal Liberals stating that they have paused existing permits to make sure Canadian components are not used in Gaza. Canada has not said whether Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, and Prime Minister Mark Carney says it's up to international tribunals to decide whether that is the case. You see, here's the problem with these international tribunals. It's not so much a problem, it's the process. This will take years. It will take years. Years that the people in Gaza don't have. Because they have to go through a process. They have to collect the data. They have to have the interview. It's a process that takes years to actually, be like, this is genocide. But the thing is you don't need to wait that long, really. Because if you have a broken arm and you can see the bone protruding, do you really need to wait until a doctor says your arm is broken before you believe it's broken? It is disgusting what this country is complicit in. NDP MP Heather McPherson, who pushed for arms embargo restrictions in Liberals adopted in part, said Carney has not significantly changed the approach to Israel and the government took under his predecessor, Justin Trudeau. Carney joined his French and British counterparts in threatening targeted sanctions against Israel last week, while Foreign Minister Anita Anand said Israel is using food as a political tool in Gaza. And since then, we have seen absolutely atrocities be committed in Gaza. Where are those targeted sanctions? If there was a line, it was crossed a long time ago. McPherson and the doctors are calling on Ottawa to ban military exports, sanction Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and suspend a bilateral trade agreement with Israel. The Bloc Québécois on Wednesday repeated its call for sanctions on Israeli officials, saying it's the only measure that would get Netanyahu to respect international law. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre said the Liberals should instead combat anti-Semitism in Canada and impose sanctions on Iran. As much as I hate the liberals, the conservatives are worse. To combat anti-Semitism here, what Pierre Poilievre is talking about is cracking down on student protesters, and if they're international students, deporting them and possibly arresting them. And what we see happening down in the States, that's what he wants to do up here. Mark Carney is doing a shit job with this so far, but again, Pierre Poilievre would have been so much worse, and we need to push Mark Carney to do the right thing. So this is, I guess, what Pierre Poilievre is saying. It really is extremely unfair that Mark Carney is targeting the democratic Jewish state of Israel when, in fact, Hamas continues to hold hostages, he told reporters on Wednesday. Israel's committing the genocide. They are threatening the hostages that, Hamas was more than willing to make agreements with in order to hand them over. But for some reason, Benjamin Netanyahu has been against it every single time. He'd rather those hostages die than stop what he's doing. The Canadian press has asked Global Affairs Canada for comment, but has yet to receive a response. McPherson has drafted a motion which she plans to table in the Commons with the support of Green leader Elizabeth May, calling on Canada to formally recognize Palestinian statehood. Liberal MPs who have vocally supported Palestinians said they were interested in reading the motion. Montreal-based emergency and family physician Sandra Lalonde told Wednesday's news conference she saw maimed Palestinians who had no idea why they had been attacked by Israel. She said that since she left Gaza, Israel bombed the hospital where she worked, and her colleagues are growing more desperate. The nurse on the video call looked at me in the eye and said, "We're starving," she said. Toronto physician Rizwan Minhas told the press conference he saw children with extreme burns that will impair them for life. He said that with international journalists barred from entering the territory, doctors are sometimes the only outside eyewitnesses to horrific events. They speak for the voices underneath the rubble, for the children bombed in their beds, for the doctors killed in their scrubs, he said. Ottawa primary care physician Yiping Ji compared Israel's restrictions on food reaching Gazans to those enacted by the Canadian government against Indigenous peoples after Confederation. We're witnessing in real time, live streamed, the annihilation and extermination of an entire people, he said. This is an entirely preventable famine imposed on the Palestinian people in Gaza by Israel and also its allies, who are withholding life-saving food, water, and medical aid to an entire population. Again, I'm quite surprised that this article is in mainstream media right now. Earlier this month, a leading international authority on the severity of hunger crisis known as the IPC said Gaza faces famine if Israel doesn't stop blockading food shipments. Israel insists the IPC is undercounting how much food is reaching Palestinians and claims critics are ignoring concerns about Hamas taking aid meant for civilians. So because some of it might get stolen, let's just let them all starve. It's disgusting. But the United Nations has echoed the IPC's warning and says it's inappropriate for Israel to take over the administration of aid from international nonpartisan organizations. Israeli military spokesperson Nadav Shoshani claimed Wednesday that international organizations are on a campaign against the country facilitating aid into Gaza, and worse, it's a campaign of disinformation serving terrorists. On Thursday, Canadian aid groups will take to Parliament Hill for a separate news conference calling for Ottawa to reject an aid distribution system put in place by Israel and the U.S. We cannot trust them. They're the ones committing the genocide. It's like, let's entrust the people who have just, set this house on fire with a box of matches or the fire hose that would put out the flame. Let's entrust the people who started it to simmer it down. They're the last people that should be touching that aid. One of the groups, Human Concern International, says 17 Canadian-funded aid trucks are ready to deploy but have not been allowed to enter Gaza. On Tuesday, Palestinians were required to line up in pens monitored by armed contractors, but they rushed a food distribution site. Israeli troops opened fire, injuring dozens. On Wednesday, hundreds stormed a UN food warehouse in Gaza, and hospital officials said 4 died in the chaos. They're getting desperate. It will be a monumental task at this point to get the needed aid in because the people are desperate. But then to open fire on people trying to find food, there are no words for the atrocities that the Israeli government is committing. There are no words for how inhumane and horrible this is. The Israeli embassy in Ottawa defended aid distribution in the territory. Israel continues its consistent efforts to facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. You mean by not letting it in at all, including food, medical supplies, and fuel, while actively working to prevent the theft of this aid by Hamas, the embassy wrote. Keep in mind, these Israeli officials consider everyone in Gaza to be Hamas. Field reports indicate that Hamas continues to block civilian access to distribution points, imposes delays, and endangers the safety of both aid workers and civilians. The Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council, meanwhile, is calling on Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada to fix the flaws in program meant to resettle up to 5,000 people fleeing Gaza with family ties to Canada. The group says that just 41 people have managed to leave Gaza Strip through the program Ottawa launched in January 2024. We let in like hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. And I covered this when it was back in the news. They put a cap of 5,000. Mark Miller actually put a cap of 5,000 people from Gaza, only if they have family ties. Only if. Like there was all these hoops and stuff that they had to jump through. And they had to go to buildings that were no longer standing in order to get paperwork from printers that no longer existed. Only 41 of those people have managed to leave the Gaza Strip. The effort, like just the meager effort needed to do this is still being denied. It says that Palestinians who managed to escape Gaza on their own are languishing in places like Cairo. In January, the department said 645 people had arrived in Canada through this program, including those who found their way out of the territory. IRCC did not provide more recent data by late afternoon Wednesday. And this is par for the course to remind everyone why this genocide is happening is because of Hamas. That's always put at the end of it. But they are also then saying, well, then, Israel has killed more than 55,000 people. It's a lot more than that at this point. A lot more than that. So this is from the Cradle Media, and this is a doctor who's speaking on his experience there. I did not see or treat a single combatant during my 5 weeks in Gaza. So again, content warning for what he is about to say.
Children died, not because they're... In Gaza, I operated in hospitals without sterility, electricity, or anesthetics. Surgeries took place on crowded and filthy floors. Children died, not because their injuries were unsurvivable, but because we lacked blood, antibiotics, and the most basic supplies that are readily available in any large hospital anywhere else in the world. I did not see or treat a single combatant during my 5 weeks in Gaza. My patients were 6-year-olds with shrapnels in their heart and bullets in their brains, and pregnant women whose pelvises had been obliterated and their fetuses cut in two while still in the womb. Mothers sheltering in the hospital cooked bread on hot plates in the emergency department during mass casualty events, as we dealt with the rain of fire and death falling around us everywhere. In Gaza,
It's absolutely horrific. And we have another doctor who will be speaking. Again, content warning. This is really, really heavy news, or just heavy content. So this is from the press conference that Heather McPherson had put on. And this is CPAC on YouTube. It's a Canadian political, it covers, it's part of the government that broadcasts what's happening in Parliament. But here we have one doctor's story, and again, it's horrific.
Now we'll hear from our Canadian doctors who have returned from Gaza, and then we will open it up for questions and answers. Thank you so much.
My name is Deirdre Noonan. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I returned from Gaza on April the 17th after spending 7 weeks working there. It was my 5th time working in Gaza. Although I arrived during the ceasefire, I saw freshly wounded patients every day, injuries consistent with weaponized drones and powerful explosions. When the ceasefire was broken on March 18th, my first patient was a young man, 19 years old, his leg torn from his body at the level of his hip. It is one of the worst limb injuries I have seen in my entire career, but yet I saw 2 more patients with almost identical injuries in the 4 weeks that followed, and so many more injuries that were just as devastating. Healthcare workers in Gaza feel particularly vulnerable. More than 14,000 have been killed in the last year and a half. 2 of my physician friends were killed in hospitals where they worked. 2 more were abducted from hospitals and are still held in Israeli prisons. This spring, I treated a pharmacist who was in his pharmacy when it was bombed by Israeli forces. He must have been holding a pen when he was attacked. The ink had spattered all over his hand. I still don't know if he lived. I was in Gaza when Nasser Hospital Surgical Department was attacked in March, and when Al Ahli Emergency Room was attacked in April. And we looked at each other and we wondered, would our hospital be next? But the staff kept coming to work because they had no other safe place to go, although they were terrified, and they told me this, that they might be killed without their families, or their families might be killed without them. I was home already on May 13th, when my hospital, the European Gaza Hospital, was attacked with numerous Israeli airstrikes, which put the hospital out of service, killed and injured around 60 people. That was a full functioning hospital with patients, families, visitors, doctors, medical students who came every day to study, residents who came to work to treat patients and to continue to study and advance in their exams. As a surgeon, I cannot treat a genocide. As doctors, we cannot stop a famine. So we demand that the Canadian government take meaningful action to enact a ceasefire, enforce a complete 2-way arms embargo, prosecute attacks on healthcare, including investigating Canadians who have served in the Israeli forces for potential involvement in those and other war crimes, to end the siege and deliver aid to Gaza, and to uphold the Genocide Convention.
And speaking of those Canadians who were serving in that military, this is from the Maple. This database was created by the Maple to document Canadians that have served in the Israeli military. And I'll be putting the link to this in the SandBox for people to look at later. But the article here says, for the better part of the past century, some Jews in Canada have been traveling to Israel to fight alongside other Jewish Zionists from around the world. At first, these Canadians, along with some non-Jewish ones, fought with Zionist militants to establish the State of Israel, which was done through the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their land. In the decades since, at least hundreds of Jewish Canadians have willingly joined the Israeli military and aided the state in its war and occupation of neighboring land. Throughout this time, the Israeli military has been credibly accused by and or before major international bodies of ethnic cleansing, war crimes, apartheid, and now genocide. Israeli soldiers have also provided the physical force necessary to uphold practices the Canadian government has condemned, such as the occupation of the West Bank and the creation of new settlements. Despite this, the Canadian government has shown no interest in making it making it illegal for its citizens to join the Israeli military, preventing them from doing so or even keeping track of them. In fact, the government has sometimes done the opposite. For example, in 2020, Deborah Lyons, then Canada's ambassador to Israel and now the federal government's anti-Semitism envoy, held a pizza party for Canadians in the Israeli military and told them, "We at the embassy are very proud of what you're doing." It's really quite incredible. It is. This stands in stark contrast to South Africa, which in March 2024 informed its citizens that had left to join the Israeli military that they'd be arrested should they return. That's the way it should be. The Canadian government's stance on Israel and its military doesn't reflect how most Canadians feel. Polling has demonstrated that many Canadians oppose Israel's actions in Gaza. There have also been protests and boycott campaigns throughout the country against corporations and charities accused of supporting the Israeli military. As such, it's reasonable to infer that many people in Canada do not approve of fellow Canadians becoming Israeli soldiers. Many of the Canadians that have joined the Israeli military eventually return here and rejoin society. Some of them likely attempt to keep their service out of the public eye, while others willingly share this information. Regardless of how these soldiers decide to approach their service, Canadians deserve to know who they are, the networks they're a part of that may have influenced their decision, or joined the military and what they've done since returning to Canada. This project from the Maple's opinion editor, David Mastrossi, I don't know how to say his name, aims to provide people in Canada with this information about as many of their fellow Canadians as possible. Taken together, the 163 profiles created for this project offer insight into what the typical background of a Canadian who has served in the Israeli military may be. This project defines Canadian as someone who is a Canadian citizen and or has lived in Canada for a significant amount of time and or currently lives in Canada. The level of detail for each profile varies based on what's publicly available, but the goal is to identify where each soldier was born and grew up, what institutes they attended, when they joined the Israeli military and why, if their participation was encouraged by family members and social networks, what they did in the Israeli military and what they have to say about it, and what they've done since. We're not accusing these soldiers of having violated any Canadian law or participated in Israeli military crimes. They are trying to do research to find out what encourages people to go over there and fight for the Israeli military, what has to have happened in their lives to get them to want to do that sort of horrific thing. So this is not a doxing website. Every profile is based entirely on public information gathered through simple Google searches from news articles, social media profiles, newsletters, websites, public directories, and other sources. This information is also not being collected and republished here to encourage any harassment of the individuals named. While this project offers the most comprehensive online public database of Canadians that have joined the Israeli military, it only amounts to offering limited information on what is likely a fraction of the overall number that have done so, given the most are not this public about their participation. On this website, you'll find a simple directory of the current and former soldiers we've identified, a profile page for each, and links to articles noting the trends we've discovered. Please share this project as widely as possible if you find it to be useful. So I will toss this into the SandBox. Yeah, I wish we were more like South Africa and telling people, if you're going over to Israel to commit war crimes, you'll be arrested when you come back. That's the way it should be. It is just every day there's more atrocities, more horror. The images that we see online of what's happening over there, it's so much to comprehend in any given day. And this is why a lot of, I get very scattered brain, because I do a lot of stuff to decompress and de-stress and vent out. And it can cause my ADHD to act up. So I have a hard time focusing on anything because, you know, the things that I have been focusing on are quite horrific. But it's important to get these messages out there. Okay, let's check the SandBox. And also I saw the corner of my eye that No Justice has raided the SandBox yet again. Thank you so much for coming this way. I really super appreciate the support. And everyone go check out No Justice. And I still need to find out a way how I can check to see who has rated me when I haven't noticed it. I'm not all that great on this YouTube yet. Figuring out how to find all this information, whatnot. Let's see. You see, when somebody gives me a super chat, it gives me a good idea of how much I need to scroll up in the SandBox to know where I left off. So, you know, send in super chats so I have bookmarks in the SandBox to go by. 56 Nick Ridge, if a boundary or bubble zone is in place to allow citizens a safe area to access public-private establishments, why would any peaceful person have a problem with it? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. It's about banning people from being able to protest the events that are happening, the political events that are happening within the establishments. It's not about the establishments. And John Davis saying this is the beginning of banning protests everywhere. Hello, Ronald DD. Welcome to the SandBox, saying that they followed Looney Tunes here. Soul Life is also in the SandBox. Yes, 56 Nick Rich. The police already have the power to arrest the protesters that are doing anything threatening. So the need for these bubble zones, it is completely political. Soul Life says, Ole and Sandy are usually the only ones I see on Sunday. Ronald DD. Because Ronald DD says, I love Sandy. Haven't seen them in a while, so I'm happy to be here. Well, I'm happy to have you here. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I saw that one person unsubscribed before I started the stream. I can't wait till I get to the time where I won't notice if like dozens of people unsubscribe or subscribe because the numbers are so big. I'm getting there. I'll get there. Hello, good for Gabby and Monope. PB is also in the SandBox. So like Bubble Zone sounds fun. It does. It has a very cute name for a very, you know, charter rights by a lady type thing. Let's see. Ronald DD, this is some coward-ass bullshit, but I expect nothing less from Zios. Talking about how Mark Miller was reacting? You think? That's the thing. I try to find comments where I actually know what's being talked about. And then I totally sometimes just start reading one. Let's see. Hello, Barry Buckholder. Saying before Palestinian was 40% plus Christian before the 1948 send a synagogue of Satan rotten. I don't know what that's in reference to. Hello, Carrie Woods. Bleaching part of their hair to make a complete rainbow. Oh, nice. I've never actually done anything fun with my hair like that. You know, as a teenager, I got a little wild. I dyed my hair black. All it did was take out my natural luster. It was slightly darker than what it is, basically, and took out my natural luster and made my showers look very murky. But I always thought that, you know, once I go white, then I'll start doing all these funky colors, but why mess with a good color? And, well, this is still my natural color, so... Let's see. Ronald DD, if we went by human rights record, Israel wouldn't have a vote. Hello, Frizzle4. Frizzle4? Yeah. Looks like there was a troll in the sandbox. Thank you, mods, for keeping it clean. Let's see. Carrie Woods, I've heard the jealousy about what has been given to Ukrainians, specifically in political meetings. The misinformation runs rampant among older people. Yeah, we should be doing everything for the Palestinians that we did for the people of Ukraine. Oh, Greg Davis, are you a Alberta will be fine on our own? No, you wouldn't. Alberta doesn't have its own military, CPP, like all the things that the federal government gives it. Not to mention, the land doesn't belong to Alberta, so it can't separate. There are treaties that were signed with the Crown, so that land is not Alberta. It cannot just separate. Let's see. The Wild West, so we're repeating what we did to the Jews in World War II with the Palestinians. Yeah, because that's one of the things when, you know, our governments and media look back, they like to try to paint Canadians as some sort of heroes during the Second World War. But Canada restricted the amount of Jews that could come into the country. And turned away a lot who didn't survive. I think there's a famous story about a boat full of people that tried to get into both the American and Canadian ports and would deny it entry in both places and was turned around. Hello, Vicky Klee. Hello, Bad Lefty. Alvin Dree. Hello, Andy Carter. Wow. I'm not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. Don't forget to subscribe. Also, you can become a member. You can become feldspar, quartz, or granite. Well, granite or quartz, that's the order. You see, those are all parts of sand, and you're in the sandbox. I put a little bit of research into that to figure out catchy names for the different tiers. And I have a video posted to the top of my YouTube page as to why people should become members that I recommend you go check out to find what you get by becoming a member. But don't forget to subscribe. North will rise again with a peace sign. Welcome to the SandBox. Oh, hello, Bobby. Did I say hello to you yet? If not, hello. Oh, is BCat here? Yeah, hello, BCat. Bad Lefty saying they need the same sentences as those who left Canada or anywhere to fight for ISIS. Yeah, it's funny how we have laws for one and not the other. Oh, jumped. Where was it? Where was I? Okay, there's the article that I put in there. Let's see. 56 Rich, if you have a choice between lesser of two evils, then you must choose less evil. Choice isn't something we all get. It's a matter of just choosing the one that can keep our head above water while we fight. Because, you know, back with the past Canadian election, I wasn't keen on the Liberals winning, but I knew what the fight would be with the Liberals was to improve the situation, you know, to push them to do the right things, whereas the fight with the Conservatives would have been to maintain what we currently have. So I'd much rather put my energy into improving and fighting to get them to do the right thing instead of worrying about my non-binary status being taken away from my passport and me no longer being identified as, you know, who I am. Vicky Clee, hee, imagine when Sandy catches up and we're all here doing popcorn wars. I have no idea what these popcorn wars are for. Oh, was there somebody? Oh, hello, Dillian Haynes. Welcome to the SandBox. And also, just because I don't know yet, but just in case. I need to change this to black font, I think, because I put the other little logo there and it's in the way. Or maybe I can just, will it show up better if I put it down here? Yeah, it'll show up better if I put it down there for now. The joys of live streaming. But I'm so used to doing this when I'm mentioning that I can't pronounce names. Yes, I do Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. You know, there was a time when there was microwave popcorn that came with like an extra pouch of butter that you could put on top of it. And you could just feel it attached to your arteries as you were eating it, but damn, it was good. Everyone talking about what they like in their popcorn. I get it. I get it. And I think, was Looney Tunes mentioning it? I don't know. I missed it. That the Surfs also rated me. In that case, welcome. You see, it pops up on the side. And it doesn't pop up like I have. If I miss a super chat, then there's a screen there that easily tells me all the super chats I've gotten in the live stream. But it doesn't, I don't know where to look to see who has rated me, because it's stream settings, analytics, viewer activity is where I would think it would be, and stream health, but it doesn't tell me who has rated me, because I would like to thank them very much and then tell people to go check out their channels. Let's see. And everyone's talking about food and popcorn, and you know you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that, because then it gets me all distracted and I want to eat snacky food. Soul Life Surfs didn't do an official raid. The mods, me and Loon, just flooded the chat with links to your LOL. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. I put in a link too when I was watching, because I'm a mod there too. That's the thing, like, I appreciate being a mod. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I hope people aren't expecting me to do anything. Because quite often I'll tune into a live stream, but I'm not paying attention to it. Like, it's background while I'm doing other things. So I'm not watching the live chat per se. So sometimes when I do, I pop in and out. And I can catch some conversations sometimes. But it's not something that I'm actively engaged with all the time. So yeah, and then it always helps when people put left of the box, because then it highlights it, so that will catch my eye. Because quite often people will put Sandy, which is nice, but it doesn't get highlighted, so it doesn't catch my eye. And for those of you who might be new to the live stream, did you know I'm an author? I wrote a book. Necroplasm. I did not title it, okay? There's a whole story behind it. I did not title it. It's a vampire horror written, and it is just loaded with my political and social commentary. So if you like my channel, you'll love my book. I love my book. I want to talk about my book. That's all I ever want to do. Ever since I wrote it last summer, that's all I want to do is talk about it. And I am still waiting to find a few people who have read it that I can just sit down with and chat, because I need people to bounce ideas off for the prequels and sequels that I plan on doing. Bobby, I've been reading your book. I like it so far. When I'm finished, my partner will read it. Oh, nice. Thank you. Ronald DD, talk about it. It will completely derail the stream if I start talking about it now. But I look forward to when I can just focus on writing more parts of it again, the prequels and sequels. But yeah, I love living in the world of that book. I dream about it. It's in my dreams. I even thought of a new word that will be in the book that I can't even pronounce properly. Think brethren, but with kin. So kinthrin, something like that. Brethren, kinthrin. And if you read the book, you might have an indication as to why I'd be making up that word. Soul Life audio book of Sandy. Well, I still plan, among other things, the TYT video. I also still plan on reading my book, making it into chapters and reading it and posting it for people who are top tier on either YouTube or Patreon. And so I'll let people know when I'm done the whole thing. So if they just want to sign up for 1 month, they can, and then see the whole thing, and then they don't have to be a member anymore. But I'd appreciate it if they continued. But as is, even though it's not part of my channel, I still want to make it available to people who live with poverty, who can't afford to do that. So I will probably also make a private playlist so that people who are living with poverty can email me, and then I should be able to send them a link. Because again, I don't like denying people part of my community. And even though it's not technically part of my channel, I talk about it enough. So for those that want the opportunity to be engaged with this part of the conversation, I want them to be. But for those who can afford it, become a quartz or a Jack in the Box on Patreon, and you would get access to me reading all of the chapters, like the whole book. And I look forward to doing it because I love revisiting that book all the time. And I was going to talk to everyone about something later on. See, ADHD, I'm getting distracted again, talking about vampires and whatnot, because I am part of this space, something that the Letter Hack and a group of people have been putting together to make a leftist YouTube channel, where it has a whole bunch of contributors coming on, and I will be part of it. And my slots, I believe, will be Wednesdays from 4 to 5. I will have a slot. And I was thinking it could be kind of fun that instead of me doing my regular political commentary, that I do it as the character from my book, as a vampire. And I've kind of dabbled with that because I went on to the Letter Hack to talk about my book, and I did it as the character from my book, the vampire. And it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it so much. So that's what we need is, commentary on human politics from a vampire. But why don't we get back into the news and stuff so that if I get off topic, it won't matter. Once all the news is out of the way, we got to get the grind of it out of the way before we can really start chit-chatting. Not Danielle, it was Minuet. Bobby. It's like, huh, I know you have been reading the book then, huh? And again, I would love to talk to people about it, about the book and stuff, because for those who read the book and research some things, I'm trying my best to actually connect it to this world. So the main city that it takes place in, it's Ottawa, and I reference actual things in Ottawa. I reference actual historical events. There's one character that comes from a certain lineage that I reference in the book. That is a real person that when I found out who this person was, if I had made up a character for this vampire to be from, that is who I would make up. And the fact that this person was around at that time blew my mind. So I want to have like accurate historical things. And so all the prequels will be following the different stories of the different vampires up until the point of that book. And there'll be like crossovers. So you'll see events that happened from one perspective and then the other perspective. So one person or one vampire, they don't go by people. One kinfolk might have just glanced at this event, whereas someone else was very much participating in it. And so the thing that is a bit challenging with it is the Danielle, the character, vampire, she's from India and she's 1600 years old. I have no idea what was happening 1600 years ago in India. And then there's another character. It's not explicitly stated in the book where he's from, but he is from Nigeria, and he is like 4,000 years old. And I really have no clue what was happening in Nigeria 4,000 years ago. And I need to find a source. I don't trust Western sources for that sort of historical context. So I need to look into that a bit more. Anyway, like I said, I'm getting totally distracted talking about my book. as per normal. But yeah, let's get back into it. So the next story isn't like heavy. It's talking a bit about Bill 5, which when I was stopping in on the serfs. No, wait a sec. Okay, this leads into Bill 5. So first, I'm going to be talking about the wildfires that are happening in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And then it leads into Bill 5, because these are all environment-related news that, you know, environment-related news tends to get it sidetracked with all the other horrific stuff going on in the world. Especially right now when, you know, in Ontario, it's quite cool. It's been a very cool season so far. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Other people not so much, but the forest fires, or wildfires that are raging in Manitoba and Saskatchewan are brutal right now, and we'll get into it. So this is from APTN News on Twitter. Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew has announced a province-wide state of emergency due to wildfires. APTN's Sav Johnsa has details on the wildfire that led up to the state of emergency being called. These wildfires, they're saying in a month, have already done more damage than what is normal in a year. It is absolutely horrific. And yes, climate change is involved. Like, it's one of those things, again, you can't say that any one fire is a result of climate change, but they're all exacerbated because of it. Because as these videos that we're about to see will state, I think most of these were man-made. Like, humans actually sparked it. But the thing is that a human may have sparked it, but the intensity and how extreme it is and how much it's exploded is in part because of climate change for it to get this out of hand. It should have been that if a human accidentally, you know, flicked the cigarette out the window, that it doesn't burn down an entire province. So here is the video.
When it comes to wildfires, Manitoba currently has the highest fire activity in all of Canada, with flames burning 198,000 hectares of land so far. That's almost 3 times the area that historically burns for an entire year, but in just 1 month. Premier Wab Kinew says the devastation is unprecedented for the province.
In typical fire seasons, you would have one region having a challenge at a given time. It would be the east, it would be the north, it would be the west. This year, it's all the regions at the same time.
Early Wednesday, the Manitoba government held an update on the current human-caused blaze nearing the northwest city of Flin Flon.
Somebody actually sent in an IM to the Majority Report on Friday saying that they were from Flin Flon and they had to evacuate, and the winds changed and they were worried that their cities are going to be wiped off the map. They don't know if they're ever going to be going home again.
Officials said it began Monday on Saskatchewan's side of the border, but it couldn't be contained and it crossed into Manitoba on Tuesday. Now, Flin Flon's roughly 6,000 residents are preparing for a potential evacuation, and patients of the Flin Flon General Hospital are proactively being relocated. Priority wildfires near the town of Sheridan, as well as Lynn Lake and Marcel Colombe First Nation, have already caused states of emergencies and evacuations.
There is a concern with the shift of northwest winds that all of these fires in this region may travel towards communities in the next 24 hours.
There have been 96 wildfires in the province to date. 18 are currently active. Officials say all but 4 are confirmed or suspected to be caused by humans. Kinew says the fires continue to displace hundreds and hundreds of Manitobans from their homes. He says hotels are full, so communities will be asked to step up and provide shelter.
We want to underline the severity of the situation. We are not going to be calling for nothing. So if you do get a call from an official asking you to open your doors, whether it's a rec center or a larger facility or a building, we need you to take the call and to say yes.
Officials are telling people who are illegally flying private drones in the Flin Flon wildfire area to stop due to aerial collision risks with.
It is absolutely mind-boggling that people think, oh, there's a wildfire. I want to get some cool footage of it. So I have my drone that I'm going to go fly around this wildfire, knowing full well that water bombers need to get into that space and that's a hazard. Like, it is mind-boggling that people think it's okay to send up their drones into something like this and interfere with their efforts to put out the fire.
water bombing efforts. Those caught operating drones near wildfires could face a $100,000 fine or up to 2 years imprisonment.
Good.
Sav Jonesa, APTN National News, Winnipeg.
And there is a bit more of this on my YouTube one. Here we go.
We have a developing story for you. We are joined right now by the mayor of Flin Flon, George Fontaine. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for being with us.
And so this is from 2 days ago, this particular article.
What is going on in Flin Flon right now? You're still there with some other emergency officials.
I am, but we've been given the word that today is our evacuation day. So we will be leaving, and I'm not just sure what time, but I think that everybody will be leaving. I've gotten different reports, and nothing official just yet, because the last time we spoke was last night to the fire chief. The prognosis is not good for today because the winds are predicted to be in the wrong direction and quite forceful, and the fire that they're pushing is massive. So we will be out of the way, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. This might be a complete evacuation. We're not sure what's going to be yet, or at least I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that everybody will be gone.
I can't imagine what it's like to look out your window and see something like this in the distance, or to have to flee my apartment because there's a fire coming. Like, I've always been sensitive to houses being destroyed in one manner or another because, like, I look around and there's so many things that I have in my apartment that are simply irreplaceable. Artwork collections, things from my grandmother, my cats, trying to get them wrangled to get into a car. Like, it's just the idea of having to flee. And we'll touch on another video. I haven't watched it, but I can see the title of it off to the side, and I've been meaning to take a peek at it. A lot of these communities are very remote. Some of them don't necessarily have roads, like it's fly-in territory only. So trying to evacuate some of these areas is nearly impossible, or just to get the word out, the communication out that they need to, is very difficult. And then you have a whole bunch of people traveling down maybe one road to other communities that are now inundated with thousands of people. And these are other really small communities that don't have the infrastructure put in place to suddenly house double the population of the community. It is so horrific that this is happening to this extent, and it's every year. Like, I think I'd be hard pressed to find anyone who isn't like 2 degrees separated from someone who's been personally affected by a wildfire. Like, I've had family in northern Alberta that had to flee because of wildfires. But with them happening on such big swaths of land these days, like, when it comes to just natural disasters in general, I think everyone knows someone or personally has been affected by a natural disaster at some point. And that's climate change. Like, there's no escaping that. And yeah, I can't imagine the horror of looking at that, knowing that if you flee your home, you might never come back. And just all the things, the life that you've built up, the things that you have being gone in an instant. It's one of my worst nightmares.
Yeah, besides you and some other, how many people are there right now? I know there was a skeleton staff left behind.
There's a skeleton staff of workers, and there are still some people, like, remember, it's not just Flin Flon, we're people in Creighton next door and that sort of thing. And you go down any street, you won't see anybody, but emergency people have been around to help with food, to help with rooms, and that sort of a thing. But if I understand correctly, that'll all be over today, and they'll be heading out of town. The surrounding areas have been given the word, which is the lake areas, residents in the lake areas, that they're in the path of a potential disaster, so they have to leave as of today. And the routes going out of town, if I am correct, is that we can't even go to the PAW. We have to veer off and go on Highway 39 and then turn south at Ponton because there's a fire on the way down near Wanless and blocking the highway at this time.
So this fire that you're talking about, the wind is favorable for the fire, so it's coming right at you as we speak, and you guys got to get ready to get out of there.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. We will be leaving very shortly, and we're not going to wait until. I don't want to see any more flames. We saw some already a day or two ago, and if it starts coming, it's huge, and so no, we'll just leave it up to the professionals when they're ready to stay and when they're ready to go. But yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Okay, and so again, this was from 2 days ago. This video is from 1 day ago. And this is from CBC News, and the title of this video is "We're Trapped. Manitoba First Nations plea for help getting out of wildfire zones." And I know in Ontario there's been pleas before because for wildfires and people needing to get out because they literally needed people to go and fly in to get them.
You now to Winnipeg, where the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs have gathered for an update on the wildfire situation in the province. Let's listen in.
The airstrip.
Just checking to see if this is just like a press conference. Yeah. Trying to find more, let's see. I was hoping to find something that was more recent. Oh, this one is from 3 hours ago. But that's like a news. It's a news broadcast. It's not just about the fire. Yeah, I was hoping to find something that was like more recent about the fires. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just getting like the full show, but then you would have to like pick and choose through it. Let's see what this one is.
Tonight, heart-stopping moments for thousands in Manitoba.
And this is from 1 day ago.
And the fear is winds could push the flames inside. All 5,000 people who live there have been ordered out, including now the last few workers and officials. Only emergency personnel and firefighters remain. Flin Flon sits right on the border with Saskatchewan. To its north, Matthias Colomb Cree Nation is also under fire threat, as is Pimichikamak Cree Nation to the east. Residents of both on the move. Manitoba is under a provincial state of emergency, as is Saskatchewan, and we will head there in a moment. But let's begin tonight with the situation in Flin Flon. As Cameron McIntosh lays out, a lot is riding on the next few hours.
The future of the city of Flin Flon could rest on wind direction, the fire line that is held for 2 tense days, facing its greatest threat.
So at least as of yesterday, Flin Flon still was not hit.
The prognosis that we're hearing is that the winds are going to change and turn that fire back towards our community.
On Wednesday, the community of about 5,000 was evacuated, most wasting little time. Now only fire and emergency crews remain, with winds expected to shift northwest.
It could be very catastrophic if that happens.
Flin Flon, in the balance. Evacuations are underway in 2 remote northern communities, Matthias Coulomb Cree Nation and further east, Norway House. Military using CC-130 Hercules to airlift many of the 5,000 residents of Pimichikamak Cree Nation stranded in Norway House, the only place they could go when fire cut off the only route south for both communities. Restored briefly, allowing many to also drive out. While in Matthias Coulomb, heavy smoke at the airport forced the community to rely on helicopters and boats to start moving 2,500 people.
We need more resources. We need to move them immediately.
Premier Wab Kinew says province-wide up to 17,000 people will be moved.
Today,
Keep in mind, Manitoba is not a populous, like it's not very highly populated. Let's see. Population Manitoba. Come on. Sometimes it takes a bit for my phone. So apparently there's only like 1.5 million people in Manitoba. It's a very big land, but it's very sparsely populated. So 17,000 out of 1.5 million people having to move.
you can expect thousands of more people from the northern parts of our province to be moved out of their communities or neighboring communities to find their way to safety.
Shelter space is being set up across the province. How long it will be needed, unclear. The fires, out of control. Help from the U.S. now on the way. Flin Flon evacuee Danny Amont's life is reduced to a suitcase and shopping bags.
It's going to be hit or miss, Mother Nature. What can you do? So it's rebuilding, that goes through your mind.
All he can do is watch.
I've been a lucky guy most of my life, and I'm hoping for a little bit more.
Okay, let's see. I was just going to check again. I was hoping for something a little bit more like today, But yeah, it's something that I'll definitely be keeping my eye on, and it's only going to get worse, and it's only a matter of time before there's a lot of forest in Canada. The boreal forest. A lot of it is burning down, and so many communities are going to be affected, and we've already had communities of like 30,000 having to be evacuated, and like part of that community being completely destroyed. Entire cities are being wiped off the map, and we should be paying more attention to what's happening with the environment and making sure that we reserve the land that we do have and all of that sort of stuff. But instead, there's just a reminder here in Ontario how little capitalism and corruption cares about the environment. From Global News, Greenbelt mandate letter emails unearthed on Ford government staffers' personal phone accounts. I've covered this story plenty of times, just how Doug Ford promised not to sell off parts of the Greenbelt. And the Greenbelt in Ontario is the largest Greenbelt in the world. Home to pristine farmland and forest and wetlands and stuff. It is a lung for this province, and we need it. And Doug Ford was willing to sell off part of it, but the pushback came and he had to stop doing it. Well, it turns out that he was so desperate to do these things, they were doing things kind of under the table. So multiple former Doug Ford staffers have turned over emails from their personal accounts relating to the Greenbelt and drafting mandate letters, Global News has learned after Information and Privacy Commissioner ordered them to search their accounts for communications relating to official government business. Yep, they've been using personal devices and accounts to do official government business, but not all official government, just a certain kind, like the kind they didn't want in the public records. Among the staffers to discover emails which they had previously failed to disclose was former executive assistant to Premier Doug Ford, who handed officials an email he received from a developer relating to the Greenbelt. The emails turned over to the Ontario NDP as part of the Freedom of Information appeal revealed the developer thanked Ford's executive assistant for taking the time to further assist with their Greenbelt glitch. Yeah, the fact that there was pushback and people not wanting to, sell off parts of it, that's a glitch. The email was sent on July 4th, 2022, just days after then Housing Minister Steve Clark was issued a mandate letter in which Ford instructed him to codify processes for swaps, expansions, and contradictions, and policies updates for the Greenbelt. A spokesperson for the Premier's office defended the discovery of the emails. I don't want to get too much into this one. It's just, again, the corruption is so so rampant in this government. A pattern of personal devices. The revelations unearthed by the NDP are the latest in a series of instances where staff in the Ford government appeared to be using personal phones and email accounts to communicate. At the end of last year, Premier Ford was ordered to hand over records from his personal device, which the IPC said he was likely using to do government business. The province is currently appealing that ruling, seeking a judicial review. Where's the accountability? Again, it is just to see how corrupt Doug Ford is in the open. The political machine on the left, I don't know if it was ever built, but if it was, it's broken down. Because how they have not been able to take this and run with it and make it a massive story is a failure of their part to inform the public of what's happening. Because I don't think anyone doubts that if this was the other way around and the Liberals were caught doing personal government business, doing government business on their personal devices and accounts, we know how the right would react to it because there's examples of it happening with the whole Hillary emails and how they never let that lie. Like they were constantly bringing it back up. They will still bring it back up. The fact that the left isn't capable of doing the same pushback to the right is saddening. It's saddening and maddening. We should be able to capitalize on this in a way that, and part of it is complicity in the mainstream media. They tend to favor right-wing and centrists. But this needs to be a bigger story that, our government officials are doing government business on their personal devices, in part so it's not part of the public record. Because if this was all above board, why not make it part of the official public record? What's the worry? I was watching the surfs earlier today, and Lance was talking about some stuff which made me think of Bill 5 and how that's going to trounce on Indigenous rights. But that's not the only thing Bill 5 does. It also could mean the extinction of species. So Toronto Zoo warns of extinctions if Ontario mining bill becomes law. Species could go extinct if Ontario, this is from City News. Species could go extinct if Ontario passes controversial mining bill that is set to transform its approach to endangered species in the environment, the Toronto Zoo warned the province. Bill 5, the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Protect Ontario by destroying it? By destroying the environment? By being able to overrule what municipalities say to force their projects through? That's really protecting Ontario? So the act would strike a blow to the recovery of several species and institutions has been trying to save, said Dolph DeJean, the zoo CEO, at a committee hearing in Queen's Park on Thursday. If and when the bill becomes law, DeJean wants the province to step up with funding so it can dramatically increase its biobank with Ontario species that could die off as a result of the legislation. We're concerned this act will result in the erosion of biodiversity and the loss of species at risk, DeJean said. This bill, if passed, could undo decades of conservation efforts and threaten some of Ontario's most vulnerable species, species your Toronto Zoo works directly for. The zoo is concerned that this bill, combined with the rollback of environmental protections under U.S. President Donald Trump, further threaten endangered species. I think we all understand that endangered species don't recognize political boundaries, and these policies changes make their survival on both sides of the border more questionable, DeJean said. And that is one of the biggest reasons why we can't get climate change legislation anywhere. Because it's not on one country. It has to be a global effort. We have to get the globe to agree on it. But across the globe, the countries are at different levels of industrialization, of poverty, of, quality of living. So to impose restrictions on one country, it can't necessarily be the same as another country. And for the countries that are maybe developing and would produce more fossil fuels, that's when the wealthier countries need to come in and help to make sure that doesn't happen by supporting those nations build in other ways. Like, this is a global effort, and we all have to work together in order to make a dent in what's happening with the climate change. So back to the article, the zoo has an ongoing program to help the recovery of the landing turtle with the help of Parks Canada. The animal is considered threatened in Ontario by the province's own definition, is likely to become endangered if steps are not taken to address factors threatening it. Together with Parks Canada, your Toronto Zoo has helped release more than 700 individuals into Rogue National Urban Park, Dijon said. And while they might not move quickly, these turtles travel up to 6 kilometers a year around the watershed as they move between nesting and feeding and hibernation sites. Anything that would disrupt that habitat would be catastrophic for the landing turtle, he said. The province's Omnibus Bill seeks to speed up the approval of mining projects through a variety of measures. It includes eventually repealing the Endangered Species Act, removing significant habitat protections, and doing away with requirements to create recovery strategies for at-risk species. The definition of habitat would change from the entire area needed for a species to survive to just its nest or den and the area immediately surrounding it. So just imagine, like, okay, this human needs to function in this society in order to survive, but it's only going to be your apartment. That's it. The rest of the city that you might need to go out to get food, to medication, socialize, to meet people, all that, that's not included in your habitat. No, it's just your apartment. Anything outside of that can be destroyed. And you should be fine, right? Isn't that how it works? And we'll be talking about the special economic zones later on, and how that's a threat to Indigenous peoples, which I've also been covering in my live streams, so people can go back to watch previous live streams to learn more about what Bill 5 is doing, and how it will violate a lot of laws and agreements put in place. But here's a little bit more on from the Toronto Zoo about the species at risk. So this is the CEO of the Toronto Zoo, Dijon.
At your Toronto Zoo, our mission is connecting people, animals, conservation science, and traditional knowledge in the fight against extinction. And we believe economic growth and environmental protection can and must go hand in hand. Bill 5 tells a different story, and that's why we're speaking to this legislation today. As this bill eliminates the Endangered Species Act and removes automatic habitat protection, replacing it with voluntary measures. It reduces the role of science in decision-making processes, leaving species listings vulnerable. And it may only consider protections and orders if a development would eliminate the last of an individual species from Ontario, not if it significantly harms or fragments their habitat. As currently composed, we're concerned this act will result in the erosion of biodiversity and the loss of species at risk. Ontario has long been a leader in conservation, and I do not believe our government's goal is to change the definition of habitat to exclude spaces animals critically need to survive.
Yeah, the loss of species, like, that's the thing. Once they're gone, they're gone. And this world, to get to where we are, took thousands and hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. And we're changing it so fast that no species can adapt, not even humans. It is terrifying, the speed at which we're destroying something that took, eons to create. And we'll be touching a bit more on Bill 5 in just a moment. But before we do that, let's get back to the SandBox. Let's see. Okay. I remember that comment from Bobby saying that they've been reading my book. Okay, there's where I left off. And it is a bit of a trick talking about my book without trying to give away spoilers. It's a challenge. Because that's the thing, the people that I need to sit down with to vent out these ideas that I have, they're going to get all the spoilers of what I'm planning to go with these stories. But I need that. I need that. Oh, it looks like we had another sand crab show up. Is that what we should call them instead of trolls? They're sand crabs? Let's work on that. What's another gross thing that you find in the sand that can wander in and out? Let's see. Rolando DD just had a bit of an existential crisis hearing you say that because I'm from California and this happens all the time. Yeah, I just, and something, I've covered in video essays a long time ago, talking about some of the wildfires and whatnot, and how people with disabilities, you know, the people who can't run are the people who are more likely to die in these situations. So if you're in an area that might be at risk for a wildfire, make sure that you make your plan ahead of time as to how you will escape. Like, have a mental checklist of what are the things you'll grab off your walls or out of your drawers. You know, what are the things that you'll grab and throw? What route are you going to take? Who do you need to contact? But when you make these plans, if you have a neighbor that lives with disabilities or a family member or a friend, make sure you include them in those plans. Because if somebody relies on a wheelchair to get around and they can't drive and they rely on like the transit bus to come around to pick them up, how are they supposed to flee? Or if somebody who is blind, how are they supposed to flee in an instant? So it's very, very important that if you know somebody near you that lives with a disability, to include them in your exit plans when it comes to these natural disasters. Hello, Marty. Bad Lefty, the anxiety of living in a danger zone of forest fires or tornadoes or quakes, etc. would drive me mad, bro. Solidarity to you and yours. Yeah. The little nook that I live in, southwestern Ontario, is actually fairly, very safe. Like, we do have some extreme weather events when it comes to like downbursts and tornadoes, but my little nook of southwestern Ontario, it's also very hilly. We have like drumlins and things of that sort, and that doesn't prevent tornadoes 100%, but it makes them less likely. And so there's areas around me that gets hit by tornadoes because I'm technically in Tornado Alley at the edge of it. So there's areas around me that will get hit by tornadoes, but it's unlikely to hit this region in particular. It's not impossible, and we do get downbursts and stuff, but it's not something that is a constant worry, although in the past few years, I have been noticing more tornado warning alerts on my phone. So that's pretty scary. Because that you can't flee. You have to kind of bunker down and shelter and hope it doesn't hit you. But I couldn't imagine living like in a severely active earthquake zone and things of that sort, because it's like there's no way of predicting them either. Yeah, I'm a natural disaster buff. Like when I was younger in particular, that was my special interest was natural disasters. And part of it was when I was a kid and first started learning about things like tornadoes, and they terrified me. And so to help get through that terror, I started to learn and educate myself about them. So I became quite the natural disaster buff. So I learned all about physical geography. And I'm not as brushed up on it as I used to be, but if I ever went and rehashed it, I would be able to remember all of the like all the different names of the volcanoes and the mountain ranges and all the different seismology, volcanology, meteorology, and all that sort of stuff. And, the different types of waves from an earthquake and how exactly a tsunami is created. Well, I still know that. That's why I love the natural disaster slasher flicks, because they're so unrealistic and they're just a bunch of fun to watch. But yeah, I still am a buff to some extent. I just don't have the energy to exert on it the way that I used to. Comments about sweeping the forest floors and stuff, yeah. Vicky Klee, wow, carbon footprint from Israel's war on Gaza exceeds 100 countries, 31 million tons apparently. Whew. The numbers when we hear about like Canada and Canada's carbon footprint, it's important to keep in mind that does not include the military. The military isn't included in those numbers. So all the jets and stuff that add a shit ton of carbon to the atmosphere, they're not included. The military is exempt from being included in those numbers, which is bonkers. The Wild West. Anyway, I had an apartment burned down while I was at work, but I've never dealt with a literal fire. Ooh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's been one of my biggest fears, because I've clung on to a lot of things like from childhood and stuff. Just so much in my apartment that can never be replaced. Rolando DD, ritual burnings would make all this go away, but we don't like listening to indigenous science. I remember hearing before that before settlers came, the forests weren't as dense as what they are now, because there were allowable fires to be burned, some pre-burning of fires, and so there were more frequent fires, but they were smaller and could be contained, and that would help get rid of the brush and things of that sort. But then when the settlers came, and they probably wanted more of the wood and stuff for the lumber, they stopped all fires, which allowed the forest to really infill and become a lot more dense and a lot more problematic when a fire does break out, that it can spread so readily because there's no more gaps anywhere. And that is, because of settler interference. But I believe that, from what I remember watching in the little documentary type thing. Let's see. Vicky Klee, with all the rubbish we humans leave lying around, a small piece of glass acting as a lens can cause havoc. It's so depressing these days when you see posts about like, oh, here are these cute little river otters and look at how cute they are. And then they get up on the shore and you see all this garbage on the shore, like just lining the little river. It's all over the place. It's like just the lack of respect that humans have for the land is going to bite us in the end. And have a good night, Vicky Clee. Lefty, we shouldn't be waiting for the slowest countries. We should move ahead ASAP and help the poorer countries to catch up, in my opinion. But capitalism, as some of us might say, it's we need to lift everyone up. And there are some leapfrog technology and stuff. So things like some communities, they don't have landlines for phones, but they do have cell phones. And so in some areas, it's easier to bypass a certain level of development to get to the next one because the infrastructure to put the next one in place isn't as difficult as to put the original infrastructure in place, something like that. Oops. Okay. So Life Y is dealing with jet fuel and PFAS in the groundwater. Sam Cedars talked to some of those tort lawyers about that a fair bit. Okay, let's get back into it. So more about Bill 5. As I was mentioning, this is just going to trounce over Indigenous people's rights, cities, municipalities, all of our bylaws. It can just take it over. So from Colin DeMello in Global News, one of the mainstream reporters that I really like, and he's quoting First Nations leaders, you cannot legislatively bulldoze your way through our homelands, MPP Saul Mamwaka. You cannot legislatively bulldoze your way through our homelands, MPP Saul Mamwaka tells the Ford government as Queen's Park Committee considers changes to Bill 5, the Economic Zones Law. First Nation leaders have been cautioning the government it's about to trigger an idle no more movement in its legislation. The government has tabled amendments to the bill and is promising to consult with Indigenous communities over the summer on new Indigenous-led economic zones. It has never been more important to work together, and we want to get this right to strengthen Bill 5 while driving prosperity and upholding the duty to consult, the Premier's office said in a statement. Yes, we want our rights to, we want the right to extract minerals and stuff from your land without you getting in the way. So Liberal MPP Ted Haas points to Bill 5 doesn't have a sunset clause, giving the Ford government and future governments indefinite power. He argues that economic zones can be subject to lobbying and the whim of a minister. Power over time can be abused, Hasu tells the committee. And so a little bit more about the Idle No More protest movement. And this is also from, well, it's from the Canadian Press. First Nations chiefs is warning that Canada is staring down the barrel of another wave of protests like the Idle No More movements if governments pursue national interest projects without their input and consent. Anishinaabe Nation Regional Chief Scott McLeod has joined Indigenous leaders from across the country who say they're alarmed by government efforts to accelerate infrastructure development. The federal government is developing a national interest bill to fast-track national building projects with a streamlined regulatory approval process as substitute for revenue under the Impact Assessment Act. So it's not just the provincial governments that are doing this, it's also the federal government. You know, that Mark Carney. A handful of First Nations leaders told the Canadian press Friday that they were sent a letter on Monday outlining the federal government's plans. They say Ottawa has asked them to report any concerns they have about those plans by Friday, even as wildfires continue to blaze in the prairies as chiefs in Ontario mount opposition to the province's own infrastructure bill. McLeod says Anishinaabe Nation was only formally briefed on Ottawa's plans on Friday. With Prime Minister Mark Carney, we don't even have a relationship yet, he said, and trying to pass a bill in this way without even talking to First Nations leadership is a very rocky start for the Liberal government. In Ontario, Premier Doug Ford is pursuing legislation, Bill 5, that would enable Cabinet to designate special economic zones, where companies or projects wouldn't have to comply with selected laws or regulations. You see, when Doug Ford's talking about cutting the red tape, he means, yeah, we're just going to cut all the tape. Just cut it all. Just do whatever the hell we want. That's what we're going to do. When I say cut the red tape, I mean we're just going to do what we want and make it legal. The government of British Columbia recently passed the Infrastructure Projects Act, which allows it to fast-track things like critical mineral projects it deems to be in the province's interest over fierce opposition from First Nations. The Alberta government announced earlier this year it would move to speed up permit approvals for development it considers low risk. McCloy says chiefs have been sending provincial and federal officials warning shots about the sort of disruptions such projects could face if Indigenous communities are not properly consulted. National Chief Cindy Woodhouse, Nepinak of Assembly of First Nations, issued her own warning to the province and Ottawa, saying it may not end well if they make the decisions about major infrastructure projects at next week's First Ministers meeting in Saskatoon without First Nations involvement. The Assembly of First Nations has long called for the inclusion at First Ministers meetings, but has only been able to secure secondary meetings with the Prime Minister ahead of the official meetings. Given the stakes of the upcoming meeting, Nepinak said First Nations exclusion is very disrespectful. Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations Vice Chief David Pratt, meanwhile, is calling for government to smarten up. Woodhouse, Nepinak, and the Assembly of First Nations is only aware of bits and pieces of the proposed federal legislation. We are concerned about what we are seeing from the government so far, and based on what I'm hearing about the similar proposals in Ontario, in British Columbia, and Alberta, she said. I fear this may not end well. McCloy said that the last time Indigenous leaders saw something like that, the federal government is proposing now was in 2012 with Bill C-45 that had a lot of the same language and the same impacts on First Nations, which sparked Idle No More. So basically the government is like, oh, the last time we tried this, we got a lot of pushback. Let's just wait a little bit and then we'll do it again. So we all know what happened then. The Idle No More movement was triggered by that omnibus bill introduced by then Prime Minister Stephen Harper's government. See, it doesn't matter. Liberal, conservative, when it comes to Indigenous peoples, they'll trounce all over them as much as they can. You know, bottom line is capitalism with liberals and conservatives. That's it. You know, if it benefits them to go and mine and destroy sensitive land and violate treaties and all that sort of stuff, they serve the capitalists. They don't serve us. Indigenous leaders say the bill intended to ramp up resource development would trample on their rights while giving governments and businesses more authority to develop resources without thorough environmental assessments. Leaders allied with Idle No More movements staged protests, rallies, and blockades on railway lines and highways and earned widespread support from across the country. We're informing, and when you shut down the rail lines in this country, you get noticed. That's a biggie because that's how a lot of the goods that are being shipped, you know, from the ports get to their destinations is on rail. We're informing the grassroots people, and they're going to take it upon themselves on what actions are required to deal with the government's inaction, McLeod said. Yes, the way to really get the government's attention is to disrupt capitalism. That you will get their attention in a heartbeat. One of those grassroots people in Ontario is Anishinaabe Nation Youth Councillor Tara Roy, who said young people will be watching very closely what federal and provincial governments do next. We're not afraid to show up and be loud about it, Roy said. And if this becomes necessary, it is also something that I will support. So, Bill 5 was being read in Queen's Park over the weekend. You know, they were very quick to want to push it through. And there has been a lot of pushback from the Liberals and the NDP on it. And the thing is that sometimes they do their job. So here is Chris Glover. He's an NDP MPP. We're filibustering tonight to fight against Bill 5. Bill 5 is a dangerous power grab that creates special economic zones where municipal and provincial laws don't apply. This is the loss of our democracy. The Ontario NDP is committed to fight back. How long is this? It's 2 minutes. I think it's just going over a lot of what we've already covered, but here's the thing. The filibuster worked. We won. Our filibuster efforts derailed Ford's power grab. We've pushed the committee process into next week. We won't let the Conservatives off the hook for this undemocratic piece of legislation. So I want to caution here. They didn't win. They delayed. Like, that's the thing. They've delayed it. A lot more will have to be done before we've won. And that is Bill 5 being scrapped altogether. And for people who live around Toronto, this is happening tomorrow. Our rights are not for sale. Peaceful rally and round dance opposing Bill 5. And this is from Blueprints of Disruption podcast. So this is at 12:30 Eastern at Queen's Park in Toronto. Our rights are not for sale. Peaceful rally and round dance. So that's Monday, June 2nd, 2025. I wish I could be there. Please wear red if you're going to attend. So if you're in the Toronto area and can make it there, go join the rally. The more people that get there, the better, because our rights are not for sale, and we need to make that loud and clear. So I've talked a lot about the Science Center. And this is just another piece on it, but there's something, it's the way Doug Ford talks about a certain group of people in it. Really shows his biases. And so this and the next window that I'm about to open shows you who Doug Ford is actually working for. And it's not a spoiler at this point to say it's not for the average people. But this one, I wanted to hear more about what Doug Ford says. We all know that the Science Center was a complete catastrophe. Hundreds of millions being wasted, shutting down, a family destination, an icon. And Doug Ford will say, oh, it was sitting around rotting for 15 years. Well, that's his fault. It's his fault. Because more funding should have been put into it and it should have been revamped where it was. As opposed to being shut down, moved when it didn't have to be, jobs lost, all that sort of stuff. But here's this little engagement here. And I'm pretty sure you guys will pick up on some of the language that Doug Ford uses.
Just last week, Freedom of Information documents revealed that Infrastructure Ontario officials, colluding with the Premier's office, pressured an engineering firm to massage their report about the Science Centre, forcing them to produce 3 versions of it before it finally said what they wanted it to, that the Science Centre roof might be unsafe under hypothetical circumstances. The firm was pressured so hard that the CEO of Infrastructure Ontario actually joked that its executives looked like survivors of the apocalypse. The engineers didn't even feel comfortable enough with the report that they didn't even stamp it and assume professional liability for it. To the Premier, instead of listening to the engineers, why did he reverse engineer the report, and was the engineering report always just for show?
I recognize the Premier.
I'd love to.
the theater of our politics is so pompous. Oh, Doug Ford speaks. We all must applaud. Yay! Our great master is speaking. Let's give him a big extra round of applause.
I love hearing the opposition complain about the Science Centre or Ontario Place that sat derelict for 15 years.
Whose fault? Gee, who was in charge for most of those 15 years, Dougie?
Only here with a special interest, left-wing crazies complain about a $600 million.
Sorry, what?
With a special interest, left-wing crazies.
Special interest left-wing crazies. That would be most people. Most people are against what is happening to the Science Center. And so he's talking about his own constituents, a large swath of them, as being crazy. That is some nasty language. They love to call other people nasty. Well, I'll call him nasty. That is inappropriate for someone who's supposed to be in leadership in this province to be calling the constituents. It's not just a small interest group of left-wing crazies that are opposed to what's happening to the Science Center. It is a large, large group of people, and he's just basically mocked me, all the people in Ontario who watch my channel, all the people in Ontario who care about what's happening to the Science Center, all the people in Ontario who care about the corruption his government is doing. He's just up there mocking us. Where are the consequences? Like, normally something like this in the House, when you're speaking, the House Speaker should be speaking up and saying, you know, you're not, that is, you know, the decorum as they go by. But no, he doesn't get challenged on it.
Complain about a $600 million investment. I could go anywhere in the world, anywhere in the world, Madam Speaker, and say, we're closing down an old, antiquated Ontario Science Centre. We're going to spend $600 million, put it in a spot that people actually...
Put it in a spot that's prone to flooding, for one thing. And also taking this icon of the province and selling it to foreign investors to put into a spa, a luxury spa.
Attend and go to and make a destination second to none anywhere in the world. We're going to have more exhibit space. It's going to be modern. It's going to be up to date, and the place is going to be packed, and we won't have to subsidize it that we've been doing every single year by tens of millions of dollars. Only their radical thinking works that way, and that's why they destroy it.
Back to the member.
So that's how he thinks of us left-wing crazies. But who is he willing to really just go out of his way for and make inroads and accommodate and you know, help out? What kind of constituents there? Be this kind. This was an article in the Toronto Star, but the Toronto Star has a paywall, so this other MPAMJ posted this article that is the same thing. Ontario rejects Toronto's affordable housing plan after RET pushback. Pushback from real estate trust prompted province to weaken city's affordability requirements. Ontario has scrapped Toronto's proposed affordable housing requirements for nearly 70 redevelopment sites across the city, replacing mandatory quotas with non-binding language after pressure from major landowners, including several real estate investment trusts. That's the REITs. The province's decision came in late January, just ahead of Ontario's 2025 election, call more than a year after Toronto City Council submitted amendments to convert parcels of former employment land for residential use. The city's original proposal included affordability mandates requiring a percentage of new units be priced below market rates for at least 99 years. However, the Ford government's final approval changed the requirement to a suggestion, stating that affordable housing was merely encouraged. You know, land developers, we want you in and all, and shucks darn, why don't you just toss in a couple affordable units, if you will? No? Okay, that's fine. Don't. According to documents reviewed by the Toronto Star, at least 3 writs lobbied against the affordability conditions, warning the rules could stifle development or render projects financially unviable. Yeah, if we have like these low-income people living in these buildings, it makes it a lower investment for rich corporations to buy. During a housing crisis, this dangerous disincentive acts directly contrary to the provincial and municipal mandate to bring housing to market faster, wrote lawyers for CR RET, which owns land at who cares. Requirements could help projects. Oh no! If you make us put in affordable units, that could just make us stop what we're doing. That's also like a form of blackmail in a way. So CT's legal submissions called Toronto's requirements unauthorized, premature, and inconsistent with planning laws and precedents set by Ontario's Land Tribunal. They claim quotas could result in no redevelopment of the property. Choice Brett, owner of that place, raised similar objections. Planning consultants argued that the policy might sterilize a site from residential redevelopment if affordability demands prove too steep, especially for properties with long-term commercial leases. Yeah, it's too high a price having affordable units mixed in. Not even most. Like, we're talking the numbers I know in this city, it's a few. It will be like a dozen at most units in a multi-unit place. Like, it's not many. It won't even put like a drop in the bucket for the housing crisis, but to the people who can get those units, it can be literally life-saving. The affordable housing policy could potentially sterilize a site. If the requirement is too substantial, it impacts on the feasibility of redevelopment, the consultants wrote, noting they expect several years of further study before advancing plans. A third submission from Representative, which owned the Crossroads Shopping Centre in North York, urged the province to eliminate the city's affordability targets altogether. Just, get rid of it. We don't need affordable housing. We need housing that is good for investments. And when you make them affordable and you cater to the poors, well then, it hurts our investments. The proposal for roughly 36,000 new housing units would include some affordable homes, and some, again, we're talking just a teeny tiny fraction of that 36,000. They claimed, but the opposed fixed quotas, which they said would cause additional delays, and ignored the project's potential to deliver homes and jobs. You see, the thing is that the province had to put in a minimum wage rate, because if you left it to corporations, they would never do an appropriate minimum wage. And it's still not. It's not a livable wage right now. So if the province doesn't put in a fixed quota, these corporations ain't going to do squat. They have to be forced to do the right thing. They won't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. Province overrides city trade-offs. Toronto City Council has approved the land use conversions with clear trade-offs, including minimum affordable housing contributions, which city staff considered key to ensuring new developments served residents across income levels. But Ontario's housing minister changed that balance without offering a public explanation. The province has all the power to determine what the city is and isn't allowed to do, said Paul Hess, a planning expert at the University of Toronto. He noted that while cities are delegated some authority, the province can override municipal decisions at any time. Hence the bike lanes that are being removed, and also the lack of fourplexes going up. After the province made its decision, Toronto's chief planner, Jason Throne, circulated a memo to elected officials emphasizing that the council's support for the conversions was tied directly to the affordability provisions. The memo obtained through Freedom of Information requests warned that the province's revisions could jeopardize approximately 5,000 affordable units. 5,000 out of the 36,000 potential. And what they call affordable isn't affordable. Unless they market as deeply affordable. Affordable means 80% of market rent, which to a lot of people still is not affordable. Ontario's move to ease affordability rules comes as the province struggles with a sluggish housing market that threatens its target of building 1.5 million homes by 2031. In Wasaga Beach earlier this year, Premier Doug Ford defended his government's pro-developer stance. If you won't support and create the environment and conditions for companies to build, they just won't build. Ford said, adding his administration was doing everything it could to cut red tape and regulations. The government should be doing it. The government should be building socialized housing. We shouldn't be relying on private corporations. And something I meant to put in with this, but I can't remember if I clicked on the tabs or not. Doug Ford is also encouraging people to go buy the condos that aren't being bought in Toronto. Like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of empty condos. Like, why is nobody buying them? Because they're too fucking expensive and they're too fucking small. And he just wants to heat up the condo market and help his corporation buddies. He doesn't care about the people. He doesn't care. But this is where the government needs to be stepping in. They need to be seizing empty homes and making it into socialized housing. This isn't something that capitalism can break through. It's not something that private corporations are going to fix. The government has to. They have to force the situation, like with minimum wage or quotas for the amount of affordable homes. They have to impose it on corporations. Because enough gets imposed on the public. We should be imposing more on corporations and taxing the hell out of them. Oh, back to the main shot. I only have one more docket to go over. And how long? 3 hours. Yay. And what do I have to go over here? So a couple of odds and ends stories, but also talking about disabilities, because that always gets overlooked. And some stuff about queer folks. So before we get into that, why don't I check the SandBox? You see, I would get through my dockets so much faster if I just never checked my SandBox in between, but I'm worried that I'm missing like important things, like people saying your mic is not on or something. Let's see. I think I read some of those. I think I saw that. Looney Tunes put in the link to buy my book. It's also in the description box below. Let's, to help me celebrate Pride, help me sell 100 books. Promote it all over the place. Because all the vampires in my book are non-binary. They don't reproduce with each other. Therefore, they don't care about gender. So Bad Lefty predicted correctly who Doug Ford caters to when he said rich white landowners. Yes, the real estate developers and stuff. FOIA is in Canada too. Yeah, we have Freedom of Information Acts up here as well. Bad lefty with a left-wing crazy. Mm-hmm. Oh, jump. No, there we go. Hello, Bozet. Welcome to the SandBox. Apparently Doug Ford looks like someone. Everyone looks like someone else. Let's see. Bozed says Sunday equals Duck Day. I have no idea what that means. Unless it's like a literal thing and you celebrate ducks on Sundays. Let's see. Well, everyone is chatting back and forth in the SandBox, which is good. Engagement helps in the algorithms. But there's a lot of comments that I don't know the context of, or just offends that, you know, I could say Bad Lefty says LOL, but I have no idea what for. Soul Life is driving again, so take care, Soul Life. BCat also saying buy my book. Let's see. Okay, why don't we get through the last docket? End on a very controversial subject. But this is a one-off story before I get into some stories that are connected. This is a one-off story that I wanted to make sure that I included, so I'm not saving it till the end, because sometimes when I save a story to the end, I get exhausted and I don't include it. So the thing that I have saved to the end right now, if I get exhausted, I'm not going to include it. It's about Cenk Uygur. But this story I felt was important because I've talked a lot about Jordan's principle on my channel before. This article will also tell us a little bit more about it for those of you who are unaware of what it is. And it's just basically, it was a principle put in place that would give Indigenous children the same access to healthcare as, you know, the citizens, the Canadian citizens, because this is an apartheid state. Indigenous peoples don't have the same access to healthcare as I do. I have an Ontario OHIP card, that is the Ontario Health Insurance, and it grants me certain privileges that Indigenous peoples don't have because their healthcare needs are supposed to be taken care of by the federal government. But sometimes there's a bit of a crossover because sometimes somebody needs to travel for healthcare. When that happens, the federal government will be like, well, that's not our problem anymore. That's the province's problem. And the province will be like, no, you still got to pay. And so they start fighting over it. And in this one instant, a child had to travel 800 kilometers away from home in order to get treatment for their condition, which was not a survivable condition. And if he had been a child that wasn't Indigenous, that got provincial health care, he might have been able to spend his last days at home. Instead, he had to spend them in a hospital, isolated and far away from his community. And so this act was supposed to put in place, no, you do the health care first and you worry about who pays for it later. So this is from APTN News. Gazan Edop call for emergency debate in House of Commons on Jordan's principle. Two NDP MPs are calling for an emergency debate in the House of Commons over Jordan's principle and an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Changes to the requirements to access Jordan's principle and Inuit Children First Initiative results in keeping First Nations and Inuit children in poverty and less healthy than non-Indigenous children, said Leah Gazan in a statement. Indigenous children have been cut off from educational supports and resources, including speech therapy and food security programs. Children with medical issues are denied funding to address unhealthy living conditions, which exacerbates their symptoms. According to parliamentary regulations, an emergency debate allows... Oops. Where was... There's like a hidden link here that I clicked on. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's like almost the exact same color, but it's right there. Because I like to highlight things. But this is a hidden link right here. They didn't change the color at all. Anyway... According to parliamentary regulations, an emergency debate allows MPs to give their attention to a pressing matter. The matter must relate to a genuine emergency and be national in scope. If approved, the debate can be held at an early opportunity. The Speaker of the House of Commons alone decides whether an emergency debate will be held. He or she, or they, does not have to give reasons to approve or deny the request. Gazan and Laurie Edo from Nunavut said that they want the debate to get MPs to uphold the Canadian human rights principle to ensure Indigenous children, through Jordan's principle and the Inuit First Child Initiative, have equitable access to government-funded services. In Nunavut, over 15,000 Inuit children are struggling with starvation every day since the federal government canceled the food voucher program. How many people knew that? You see, getting food up into the territories, tremendously expensive. And what happens is the food up there becomes expensive for the individuals as well because of it. And so there were vouchers put in program to make sure that children weren't starving. But now, in Nunavut, over 15,000 Inuit children are struggling with starvation every day since the federal government cut the program. How is that not plastered on the news? That there's that many children struggling to get meals in this country? That it's, focused in one area? I wonder why this hasn't been hitting the mainstream news. I wonder what it could possibly be about this community that makes it so the mainstream and the rest of the Canadians just want to ignore it. Although the population of Nunavut is small, food insecurity in the territories is of concern to all Canadians given the scale and the severity of the problem. Jordan's Principle is a legally mandated government program meant to support equal access for First Nation kids to health and education services. It's named after Jordan River Anderson, a young boy who was taken from his home in Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba, 800 kilometers south to a hospital in Winnipeg. Jordan was born with multiple disabilities and complex medical needs. If Jordan had been a non-First Nation child, he might have been able to live at home with his family. Instead, the province would not pay for his medical support if he went home, claiming the First Nations' health was a federal responsibility. The federal government said because Jordan was off reserve and in the hospital that the province should pay. The federal government has said that it has put billions into the program, but recently said that it was reviewing the program. Communities across the country have either had their Jordan's Principle money cut or are unsure whether it will be renewed. NDP says it's calling... So when Mark Carney talks about cutting services, and we'll get to his tweet on that, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about more of this. The NDP says it's calling out sweeping changes made to Jordan's Principle while Parliament was prorogued. In late April, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs and First Nations have called upon government to uphold their human rights obligations under Jordan's Principle instead of placing restrictions of critical services required by children while governments delay and make cutbacks to services, Gazan told and Ido said. The motion for emergency debate will be presented Wednesday afternoon in the House. And it is an emergency. 15,000 kids struggling with starvation. That's a fucking emergency. So here's a tweet from Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. In all of its actions, Canada's new government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. Spend less so Canadians can invest more. And it's programs like this, Jordan's principle, that will suffer when the government spends less. And it's already been suffering. As the lefty Canadian radical says down here, start with the military and corporate welfare, wasteful P3s, handouts to fossil fuel industry and scammy infrastructure bank you inherited. Yeah, this is... He's a conservative. Mark Carney is a conservative. He might be socially centrist liberal, but fiscally is conservative. And this is going to cause people, when you spend less, like how? Where's the so coming from? Like spend less so Canadians can invest more? How? How can Canadians invest more? Like, are you talking because, like what? How can Canadians invest more when the government is spending less? I'm not a banker. I don't know how that's supposed to work. So explain it to me like I'm not a banker. How is spending less going to help Canadians invest more? But more from the federal government. This is Patty Hadju. She is Member of Parliament, Minister of Jobs and Families. So remember, there's no minister that specifically deals with disabilities. So it kind of gets wedged into this topic here of Minister of Jobs and Families, because tying people with disabilities to jobs, what could possibly go wrong? And so she says, a united economy means everyone is included. As Rick Hansen said, we need to build bridges in this country to keep it together. We are working towards a stronger and fairer Canada for everyone. So only if you can work. And here's the tokenizing that they love to do of people in wheelchairs to show we're inclusive. We include people in wheelchairs. But do you know who they're not including in this tweet? People who need alt text. You know, having a tweet about that is, you know, sort of tangentially about disabilities, then you don't include the alt text is not very thinking of you. But yeah, how is everyone included? It's just you want everyone included in the economy, as in you want everyone working. And if you can't work, then you get nothing. And so this is the 280 times trivia channel. You and your last government burned the fucking bridge down when you cut the Canada disability benefit by 80% and locked out 65% of those who need it. Stop the stupid platitudes. Stop using the token millionaire government ass kisser. Talk to average disabled person in poverty. And Tyler Slack. The Rick Hansen is one of many disability advocate groups in Canada that only works for a certain class of disabled people, and you already working for them is another bad sign for disabled people forced to live in poverty. So the Rick Hansen Foundation, improving the lives of people with physical disabilities by raising awareness, changing attitudes, increasing accessibility in the built environment. So the first thing you do is not include alt text. But it's not just the federal government that loves to tokenize people in wheelchairs. You also have the provincial government. So Ontario Community and Social Services. This July, ODSP rates are going up 2.8% to better support people with disability. This marks a 20% increase since September 2022. I'm not entirely sure about that number, Protecting Ontarians start with safeguarding our most vulnerable. And keep in mind that before 2022, why they're not including the rates weren't going up. And of course, always keep in mind, they never say shit about Ontario Works. And a lot of people who are on Ontario Works are there because they're living with disabilities but can't get approved for ODSP, even though they should be. And those rates never go up. But at least here, they supplied alt text. And they just say man in wheelchair. That describes the image perfectly. And yeah, just a lot of people pushing back against that. Sarah saying Ontario boasting about increasing ODSP by a whopping 2.8% in July. Annual inflation increase, making the single max amount living alone to be $1,400. This is nothing to boast about. Even with the increase of the disability tax benefit, we are still at $1,600. My rent goes up higher than this every year. This doesn't, technically speaking, it helps, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't make my life easier. And in the long term, when this keeps up, it actually decreases my quality of life because it makes things harder and it makes things more difficult. And I have to cut back more and I get more stress when I'm trying my other ventures, which is costing a lot of money, in hopes that they pay off. Whereas somebody who isn't struggling on disability would be able to just be like, it didn't work, so what? But the government loves to tokenize people, the classic person in a wheelchair, to show that they're so inclusive, that they care about people with disabilities, but only if you can work. And so I did just want to touch on something that Sarah was kind of mentioning here is a little bit of good news, I suppose. Ontario supporting recipients of disability benefit. Province exempting Canada Disability Benefit as income to protect recipients from benefit reductions. And this is from the Ontario government webpage. The Ontario government intends to exempt the Canada Disability Benefit as income so that social assistance recipients would receive the benefit without seeing a reduction in the provincial social assistance payments. Basically, it means that with the federal CDB, with the extra $200 a month for some Canadians, tiny percentage of people with disabilities, it will not get clawed back on a provincial level. In Alberta, that's what they're doing. So if somebody's going to get $200 from the federal government, then the province was going to claw that back on their provincial disability payments. So Ontario, apparently it is official, will not be doing that. So for the lucky people who do qualify and get that benefit, they will get that extra $200 a month without it affecting their disability payments. But, you know, people with disabilities, we often get overlooked. But here we have, from Richard Southern, City News, this MPP pay increase bill passed all three readings in the legislature within minutes of being tabled this afternoon. The government intends to get royal assent today. So when it comes to these politicians giving themselves a nice bump in their salary, it takes them no time to pass legislation. You see, the government could be passing legislation that helps people at lightning speed, but they don't. But when it comes to increasing their salaries, done in a day. So the Ford government is hiking MPP salaries 35% and is bringing back definite benefit pensions for members. Defined benefit pensions for members. Base MPP salaries are going from $116K to $157K. The premiers form $208K to 282. Ministers to 233K. Salaries have been frozen since 2009. Aw. It will cost taxpayers $6 million. Uh-huh. So, those MPPs couldn't get by on the 116K. So, I had to bump that up 35%. And, the premier, of course, gets like double that. And the ministers, now keep in mind, Doug Ford has more ministers than any other previous government. He's broken records. So this isn't just an MPP salary. Like the increase is far, far more drastic than what you're seeing, because I think it's most of his MPPs are ministers. Yeah. But look at those salaries there. So they get bumped up 35%. And people on disability, 2.8. Yeah. That's really helping the average person. Because, this increase here, it's not life-saving. It means they get an extra vacation. They can have some extra luxuries. If we were to just get an extra $1,000 a month, so that we would be getting $2,400 a month, that is literally life-saving for many people with disabilities. But nope. They just want to be able to have those extra luxuries. Buy that extra cottage, get that newer car. But people with disabilities, we'll use you in a picture, but we're not going to help you. And again, just another gross reminder of how much this government hates poor people. Lisa was just tweeting this out. Ford didn't just cancel a pilot project. He shattered thousands of lives mid-experiment. The Ontario Basic Income Program was a lifeline for people living in poverty, and it worked. Then Ford axed it, breaking a government promise and plunging 4K participants back into uncertainty.
The Basic Income Program, with locations in Lindsay, Hamilton, and my riding of Thunder Bay, began in 2017.
I cannot hear that. Let's try the other earbud. Yeah,
under
other
the
earbud,
Liberal.
okay.
The Basic Income Program, with locations in Lindsay, Hamilton, and my riding of Thunder Bay, began in 2017 under the Liberals as a pilot program for poverty reduction. Participants were given up to $17,000 a year for 3 years in exchange for allowing themselves to become objects of the government study, sharing intimate details about their finances, relationships, physical and mental health, housing, and so on. The goal, after 3 years, was to provide enough data to assess the effects on people and on communities of a guaranteed basic income. The Ontario government had contractually committed to completing this project over the planned 3 years. However, the moment Doug Ford was elected in 2018, he pulled the plug. This caused incredible harm to participants, many of whom had reported improvements in their physical and mental health, labour market participation, food security, housing stability, financial status, and social relationships. The abrupt closure was devastating, but this story doesn't end here. With the support of Cavalluzzo LLP lawyer Stephen Moreau, 4,000 participants are pursuing a $2 million class action lawsuit against the government, alleging a breach of contract, negligence, and a violation of Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The behaviour of the government was egregious, and I believe the court case will prove this. A better idea would be to save everyone time, money, and further suffering and settle this case now.
Yeah, so the Basic Income Program, 4,000 participants. It was supposed to go on for 3 years. And these people started to adjust their lives. They were looking forward to it. And then the Ford government comes in and just rips it away from them. Just ends the program. And so suddenly those people who had that expectation of survival, that extra money. Some people had invested in their own business, into education, into maybe a better apartment, like all of this sort of stuff. It was ripped away from them. For one thing, the income program would have shown it worked, but also Doug Ford just hates poor people. That's all it is. His 1%ers that are part of the government, they deserve the raises, but people living with poverty, no extras for you. Okay, so now we're getting into the last theme, or last kind of docket of the day. But before I do that, I'm just quickly going to check the SandBox, make sure I'm caught up. Let's see. I'm seeing a Manope is right, but I'm not entirely sure what she's right about. I trust it. Oh, so Life doesn't have yapping freedom until he's done driving. So Life, OMG, Anna went on anti-left, anti-dem rant recently, and Jenk looks so pissed off. LMAO. She also said Dems make the quality of her life worse, and just the Dems. Is that one? I think I've seen it. Yeah, it's just... Oh, she is so going to be making that pivot soon. I need to get my video out. I need to get it out. It could be the thing that tips it over. Sorry. Somebody is referencing something that could be funny, but I don't know what that funny is. Oh, that. Okay. I don't think that's funny. Orlando DD, I truly do not like Anna. Yeah, I have my issues with her too. I need to get my TYT video out so it's just on my fucking plate. Bad Lefty, I can't think of anything I'd rather my taxes go to than healthcare of a sick child, no matter what their race or background, because I'm not a fucking monster or a racist libertarian. Let's see. Jumped. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, reminding people that I still need help paying off Frodo's vet bills. Yes, and I had to take him to the vet again a couple weeks ago because he was having an incident, and he seems to have pulled through it. Knock on anything resembling wood. So he's doing okay right now. I had to give him subdural fluids for 10 days. 10 days. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Yeah. For 10 days. And luckily, that cat was a saint when it came to that. He didn't struggle. He didn't put up a fuss when I had to shove that needle into him. And he took it quite well. But he's doing much better. And hopefully he's past the bulk of the issues that he was having. But any help with his vet bills is greatly appreciated. You can do that by sending an e-transfer if you're Canadian to SandeeLovas.com or through the PayPal link in the description box below. And all money I gather that way is specifically for vet bills coverage, because there's also a daily medication that I need to keep him on, and yeah, all of that. Rolando DD, how far do you think Anna will go with this? If we're going to talk about this, we have to save it till after this next docket. But yeah. Bad Lefty saying, "Aw, Frodo." Yeah, just he actually puts up more of a fuss when I try to give him his medication, and I had to give him 2 medications for a bunch of days. So one is his regular anti-nausea medication, but the other one was an appetite stimulant, and I could just tell by his reaction, it must taste horrible. His reaction to it was like, "Get this thing out of my mouth, it is gross." But he is doing okay, and I still get my bedtime snuggles with him, and that cat is my world. He is my world. Okay, why don't we get into the rest of it? So, happy Pride Month, everyone. For those of you who regularly watch my channel, but since I don't regularly announce it every show, if you don't know, I am queer and non-binary. That is the non-binary flag, and that is the pansexual flag. And that's the pride inclusive flag right there. Yes, I say queer because I'm not cis and I'm not straight. But what I am specifically is a long list of things. I can be attracted to people of all genders romantically. My preference when I'm attracted to people sexually is male, but, you know, romantically, things get intimate. But I also identify as non-binary, even though I present female. And that could have been a lot different had I known what the term non-binary was when I was in high school, when I was a teenager, because it took me a long time to clue into the fact that I'm non-binary, because since I was assigned female at birth and I present female, therefore I must be female. But when I took how I present out of the equation and just focused on how I felt, it's like, oh my God, it's so clear. I had been saying it out loud in so many different ways my entire life, but it never clued into me until I did that one final thing. And as soon as that clicked, there was no double guessing. There was no, thinking, pondering. It made so much sense. It was such a light bulb moment that I've never looked back. And I've had my passport. I got a passport since then. It has an X-gender marker. My license has changed. I got my birth certificate changed. I am non-binary. She, her is fine because I present female and it's just easier. They, them, also fine. All those pronouns. I get a little bit more sticky when people refer to me as a woman because I'm not. So, Pride Month is, a month where we get to celebrate. But the thing is that a lot of people who get sick of seeing all these queer people, they don't tend to realize that Pride Month isn't an entire month of celebration. It's not like we get a free pass this entire month to just be queer, and then once the month is over, we have to go back in the closet. The reality is that there are just fleeting moments within the month where we can be open and feel safe. And those are usually at Pride festivals, parades, events in the park, things of that sort. And it's only when we're on location of those festivals do we have those fleeting moments where, for a lot of people, that's where they fully feel included. They don't have to be shy about who they are. They don't feel threatened, and they can just be themselves. And seeing the smiles and the laughter and everyone having such a good time at these events, it's heartbreaking to know that for a lot of them, when they leave it, they have to go back to hiding a part of who they are to a large group of people in their lives. So it's not like Pride Month is an entire month where we're free. It's just fleeting moments within. And, this country is going backwards. It's going backwards. Federally, not so much. Provincially, a lot, especially if you're in Alberta, the province I was born in, the one where I got my birth certificate changed to the X-gender marker. I don't know if they would force it to be changed back at some point, but it wouldn't surprise me if they try. But let's get to the most recent shit that they're up to. So Alberta is also one of the most anti-trans places to live if you're in, well, it is the most anti-trans place to live if you're in Canada. There are other places around the world that are worse, but in Canada is definitely the hardest place to live if you are trans. And Danielle Smith, the premier of the province, is doing everything in her power to make it worse. And the thing is that it's never just about trans people. They're the first. And then it's attack on queer people. And then it keeps on going and going and going. It's just trans people, they're the first group. From CBC News, Alberta to change rules to ensure books in schools are age appropriate. They already are. They tend not to get into the schools unless they are age appropriate for those schools. School boards have a lot to do with that. That's why you can't go to a school library and find pornography. Like hardcore pornography. You can't find that in a school library. No, because there are rules, and the books there are age appropriate, and they have been vetted. Minister says move spurred by novels depicting sexual content in libraries. That's very vague. So are we talking educational? Are we talking about in the context of a story? I remember as a teenager, some of the books that they would have us read were about teenagers discovering their bodies. It wasn't sexually explicit, but it was depicting sexual content. And some of it, it's about educating children and making them feel comfortable in their own bodies. And the thing is like, they never say anything about the Romeo and Juliet that we watched as teenagers that showed nudity of children. There's a version of Romeo and Juliet that got shown in the schools where the child actors were shown nude. That doesn't seem to get the same level of contention as a book about queer kids discovering who they are. So Alberta is bringing in new rules this fall to ensure only age-appropriate books are available in school libraries. Education Minister Demetris Nicole-Delays said Monday the move was spurred by 4 coming-of-age graphic novels, most of which depict sexual 2S LGBTQ+ content found in circulation in Edmonton and Calgary public schools. Nicole-Delays, speaking in Calgary, said a group of parents had approached him with concerns about the novels, and government employees were sent to the schools to confirm if the books were available. We must do on-the-ground research. Send in the employees. We have to go investigate this content for ourselves. So I guess none of them have kids in school. These materials contain nudity and graphic, explicit depictions of sexual acts, images, including oral sex, Nicolaides said, adding there was also concern about depictions of molestation, self-harm, drug and alcohol use, and derogatory language. A lot of this is educational. Books need to be able to age appropriately talk to children about self-harm, drug and alcohol use, and molestation to help prevent that from happening. They need to have books that are age appropriate to talk about that. The novels are all by American authors, genderqueer, which is in the media a lot. I should probably read it so I can know what all the hoopla is about with it. By Maya Kobe, Fun Home by Alison Bechdel, Blankets by Craig Thompson, and Flamer by Mike Croato. Excerpts from the books published by the government to highlight concerns include quotes taken from each pages of explicit illustrations. Nikolaidis says the government is developing new standards for schools officials to determine the appropriateness of library materials. He says the province plans to have the new rules in place in time for the next school year. Online survey launched. The government also launched an online survey on Monday to gather input from Albertans. Not the best group of people to be gathering any sort of input from. The survey, which is set to close June 6, features 13 questions, including how sexually explicit books should be handled and if parental consent should be required. Here's my hot take. Right now, a lot of schools have it so that parents can opt their children out of sex ed. That should not be allowed. That should not be allowed. Any parent that is taking their child out of sex ed, I have concerns about. What is it they don't want their child to know? And why? Education, knowledge is power, and it keeps children safe. It also asks who people think should be responsible for determining if a book is age appropriate with suggested options of teachers, librarians, other school officials, parents, or students. It should not be the parents. They're way too biased. The minister was adamant the group isn't embarking on widespread book ban, but you are. That's the thing, you are. There's already a lot of books being banned in certain areas. Nicolaides said the government is building missing guardrails as there is no province-wide standard for determining age appropriateness. I want to be clear right now from the onset, this is not a question of banning specific books or specific titles, but rather establishing clear policies and guidelines for all school divisions to follow. He said the government doesn't have the authority to ban books from schools. We want to ensure the transparency for parents so that they know what is available in their school library and have a process for complaints and concerns about books, materials, and other library materials. Well, I would be worried about things like the Bible being in the school, given the depiction of violence and sexuality in that. In fact, let's just get rid of all religious texts in schools. Another hot take. Nicolaides said the government concerns are limited to graphic images and depictions of sexual activity. Themes and depictions of graphic novels are probably not an issue, he said. So graphic violence, totally fine. But educational material depicting sexual acts, not fine. But show all the violence you want. That's where I think we need to work to draw some of those lines. Yes, we must show all the violence, but don't you dare show two boys kissing. When asked if he thinks new standards would see 2S LGBTQ+ specific content prohibited, Nicolaides says he didn't think so. This is not related to any kind of particular subject area, he said. Nah, I don't think so. That's such a strong statement there. I don't think so. If there was a book on astrophysics that had graphic sexual content, I would have these exact same concerns. That is a very weird sentence. Astrophysics is hot, though, I must say. Somebody smart in that. Very sexy. Of course, it's going to target queer books because they consider any depiction of queer affection to be graphic sexual content. Nicolaides also said he planned to investigate the process and procedures that led to novels being on the shelves in the first place. He also stressed that the government isn't embarking on a widespread book ban, saying it doesn't have the authority to do so, but we're damn well going to find a way. Premier says parents' right to be upset. Premier Danielle Smith, in a social media post that begins with content warning, says her government plans to draw boundary lines. It's funny what lines you decide to respect. Albertans deserve to know what's really being shown to children in some of our K-9 schools, she said. Then ask your kids. Like, this isn't like it's hidden. This isn't behind closed doors. It's not like there's locked rooms in libraries and schools where only the students can go that the parents can never have access to. There's hidden books. It's magical. Really? Like, these books aren't on the shelves in secret. They've been there. In a joint statement, trustees from Edmonton and Calgary Public School Divisions said in government announcements came out as a complete surprise, as no concerns had been raised before. Both our divisions follow established rigorous processes to ensure that the library resources are age appropriate and relevant for students. Like I said, they're already age appropriate. Said the statement, adding both divisions have processes in place for parents and other members of the community to raise concerns about content. Again, this was never hidden. Both divisions says they have pulled the 4 graphic novels in questions from shelves while the content is reviewed, but a lack of communication from the government undermines the working relationships each has with the Education Ministry, says the statement. A spokesperson for the Calgary Catholic School District, that should not be a thing. Hot take. No Catholic district school boards. Said they, and no religious school boards. Just none of them. None. Said they are in support of the government's plan to gather feedback regarding age-appropriate books for school libraries. Yeah, we're talking age-appropriate, not religious appropriate. The Alberta Teachers Association issued a statement saying that while it agrees it's critically important to make sure materials stocked in school libraries are developmentally and age-appropriate, it is concerned that the government's approach could prioritize the views of special interest groups with predetermined agendas. It seems like there is no coincidence that the government's announcement on library materials specifically singled out 2S LGBTQIA+ materials. The association welcomes being included in policy decisions concerning school libraries and learning commons spaces, said Associated President Jason Schilling. The teachers group also said decades of what it called education underfunding means school libraries are rarely staffed by certified professional librarians, or preferably teacher librarians, who can help identify and develop guiding principles for selection of appropriate materials. Jeff Park, executive director of the Alberta Parents Union Advocacy Group, lauded the announcement. Park encouraged Albertans to take the survey, noting that ultimately one version of what literature children should be exposed will triumph over another. When you have a small group of people, that's a small percentage of the population, like queer people, queer kids, and you ask a majority of hate-filled conservatives what their opinion is, it's not going to benefit the children who are queer. This is a human's right thing. It's not, you don't get to make policy dictated by bigotry. This is not how governing should work. It should be based in human rights and the rights of the children. And reminder, parents don't have rights, they have responsibilities. Dubious culture wars. The Canadian Union of Public Employees, which represents library workers at Edmonton Public Schools, said the government is embarking on dubious culture wars to distract from underfunded schools. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. The government should talk to parents who will tell them book censorship does nothing to solve the real issues students face, said CUPE Local 3350 President Mandy Lamore. Opposition NDP education critic Amanda Chapman said a library material need to be age appropriate, but the decision shouldn't be made by the government. The government said new rules developed would apply to public, separate, francophone, charter, and independent schools, but not municipal public libraries. It's just the beginning. It is just the beginning. They want to ban queer kids from schools again. Like it's just the beginning. But as we get into Pride Month, there are other categories that tend to get heated up in the media and a little bit more attention, and people's personal predilections tend to be put on the spotlight. And so this next story is about what a consenting adult does in his own privacy, but it costs him his job. So here, Brian Bagret tweeted this out. What people do in their private lives is up to them. Enough with this nonsense. This guy doesn't do his stuff at work. As long as he's a good teacher, nothing else should matter, even if what he's doing is obviously weird. So we'll read the article, but this always grates on me. Even if what he's doing is obviously weird. Like, this should just be obvious to everyone that this is weird. We'll get more into that in a little bit. But here's the article from the Vancouver Sun. Vancouver teacher suspended after pup fetish identity adult content discovered online. The issue is their stigma, their bias, said Daniel Gore, who struggles with feeling that he must hide his pup identity simply because he works as a high school teacher. So he doesn't do this at the school, obviously. This is what he does outside of the school in his personal life. If he makes adult content on the website, like, how is this any different than when a woman is shamed, shunned, and fired because she had an OnlyFans site? But she's a teacher. It's not like she was exposing her students to that. But, because she does that on her own time on adult platforms with consenting adults, somehow that doesn't make her suitable to be a teacher. Just like if this guy has a fetish, a pup identity that he explores online with consenting adults, somehow that doesn't make him suitable to be a teacher. And if their students come across that, that's a parenting issue. That is an access to porn issue that needs to be addressed. But the fact that they're making it, again, consenting adults on adult websites, doing things, it's their own damn business. So a Vancouver high school teacher has been suspended after his pup fetish identity and messaging channel, where he shares pornographic content, was discovered online, raising questions about where the line lies between teachers' personal lives and professional expectations. Again, just imagine, this is a woman with an OnlyFans page. How would this be any different? If you're upset about that, but you think this is fine to not be upset about, why? I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything that is hurting anyone or that interferes with my job. The issue is their stigma, their bias, said Daniel Gore. For the past 6 years, Gore has taught woodworking at Sir Charles Tupper Secondary. Outside the classroom, he has been active in the adult LGBTQ+ community, organizing events and participating in Vancouver's annual Pride Parade. Oh, so he's also part of the queer community. Makes him a bigger target that way too. But that's the thing, like, are teachers not allowed to be sexual beings outside of school, to have their own life, to explore their identity the way that feels right to them outside of their job? Like, what does it matter? Like, if somebody is a banker and does this in their spare time, how does it affect their job as a banker? If someone is a doctor and does this in their spare time, how does it affect their job as a doctor? But suddenly when it's a teacher, well, we just can't have that now, can we? For the past 2 years, the 40-year-old has marched in pup fetish gear, including a dog-style mask, at the head of a group often within sight of the Vancouver District School office float. I felt if they knew it was me, I'd be fired, Gore told Post Media News on Thursday. That fear, it seems, was not unfounded. Last week, Gore says he was contacted by human resources official at the school and later by his union, confirming his suspension from teaching duties. He is banned from the school grounds. The action followed an internal review, triggering by complaints related to his personal life and his online presence as Tank the Pup on social media. Gore says the issue appears to have begun after a student in his class saw the name Tank on his computer screen and later found pornographic content linked to that identity. Now, that shouldn't have been on his computer screen. Even if you got to do a better job hiding. But still, the idea that the student was able to seek that out, it's problematic. School district spokesperson Gina Chow said she is limited in what she can say due to privacy laws, but said that if an internal review is underway, employees may be removed from the school environment as a cautionary measure. These actions are not confirmations of wrongdoing, but reflect our commitment to ensuring safe and respectful learning environment for students and staff. So how is making this a big public news story helping him as a teacher with his students? Because now everyone knows. And this can be embarrassing for some people because some people might want to keep this part of themselves to themselves, private. You know, they might not want everyone in the community to know this about them. Really what it comes down to, he was a woodworking teacher. Was he a good woodworking teacher? Did he teach woodworking? Like, that's what it is. What he does in his spare time with adults is his own damn business. In his Instagram post, Gore presents as a distinctive look, wearing a dog-style mask that conceals his face, along with a collar, harness, minimal clothing such as jock straps. Several of the photos show him crouching or bending like a dog. So again, just imagine this is an OnlyFans. So somebody, a child in the class caught a name of a teacher and somehow was able to access OnlyFans and found her there. This is what adults do. They're allowed to be sexual beings. And when you have children seeking that out, that's a parenting issue. And there should be more safeguards online to make sure that children can't access porn. What those guidelines are, though, I don't know, because I don't want to get to the point where people have to enter in government ID in order to be able to access the porn online. Gore also shares pornographic videos of himself through a Telegram channel called Playtime with Tank, which describes on a messaging app like OnlyFans but free. From what I've been told by the union, the main issue is there is sexual content featuring me online that students could potentially access. He told Post Media, if they ask me to take it down the pornographic part of my content, I'm willing to do so, because honestly, that's not part of my life that matters most to me. Despite his willingness to comply, Gore says he plans to leave teaching regardless of the suspension outcome. So again, just OnlyFans woman does her thing. And now it's like, well, if you want to continue teaching, you have to shut down this entire side gig of yours. Anything that is pornographic that if a child inappropriately goes and seeks out and somehow access might stumble across. I'm looking forward, so he says, I'm looking forward to no longer having to pretend to be someone else for 8 hours a day. The BC Teachers Federation did not respond to Post Media's request for comment. How much longer is this? Okay. In Vancouver pup community, participants often engage in consensual forms of role play or fetish, adopting the persona of a dog or puppy. This can involve behaviors like barking, crawling, and wearing gear such as collars, masks, or harnesses, while taking on playful or submissive roles. For many, puppy play is a form of personal expression and identity that blends elements of performance, community, and self-exploration. I am proud of how I look. I am proud of my style and my expression as a pup. It makes me feel sexy, beautiful, and empowered, said Gore. On Thursday, the teacher retrieved his belongings from his union's office. It looks like I'll never be back on the school property again, he says. It feels like I am being treated like a pedophile or sexual predator. Gore says he has long struggled with feelings that he must hide his pup identity from the public simply because he works at a high school teacher. The idea that teachers should fit into a homogenous role model is really problematic. It goes against the principles of diversity and allows those empowered to dictate this is the only persona we find acceptable to teach. A spokesperson for BC Ministry of Education and Child Care said in an email Wednesday that the ministry would not comment on cases under investigation. The ministry takes concerns regarding student safety and well-being very seriously. Complaints and reports about teacher misconduct are reviewed by the Commissioner for Teacher Regulation, thoroughly investigated, they said. In cases where allegations suggest that there is a risk of harm to students, the Commissioner can request an undertaking not to practice pending an investigation or issue an interim suspension of teaching certificate under the Teachers Act. The situation echoes another dispute in Lower Mainland where Coquitlam educational assistant Christina McDonald was fired in June 2023 after the school district demanded she shut down her OnlyFans and social media accounts. McDonald, a single mother, said she turned to sex work to make ends meet on a part-time salary of under $50,000. Labor expert Ruth of University of BC previously said that while off-duty conduct is generally private, employers can lawfully restrict employees' social media activity if they can demonstrate reputational harm. So, yeah, what consenting adults do means they're not suitable for certain professions, apparently. And yet there's always a spot for people, you know, who do things that are unconsensual and harmful in government. You know, look at Donald Trump's, the people around Donald Trump and Donald Trump himself. You know, they allow the worst rapists and horrendous people to work in government, but somebody who does puppy play online, you know, doesn't expose his students to it or anything, well, that's unforgivable and he must be fired. But this also leads into another breaking story. Glenn Greenwald, he is a political commentator. I think at one point he was considered on the left, but now not so much. He is a gay man who lives in Brazil, has a couple children, was married, his husband passed away. But he quite regularly throws queer folks under the bus now and goes and does spots on Fox News to, you know, give credibility to the network as their token gay. Well, the leopards got hungry. So apparently, videos of Glenn Greenwald got leaked. Those videos from what I've heard online, wasn't puppy play in particular, but it was fetish. It was kink BDSM stuff that was leaked, and he was like in a submissive role or something of that sort. I haven't watched the video. So apparently that got leaked, and Glenn Greenwald released a statement on that. Last night video, let's see. I don't want to. Go away. How does this bubble go away? I don't want to go to the next post directly from here. Go away. Make the arrow. Ah. Well, it fits on one screen, so we'll do it this way. Last night, videos were released online depicting behavior in my private life. Some were distorted and others were not. These were published without my knowledge or consent, and its publication was therefore criminal. Though we do not yet know exactly who is responsible, we are close to knowing, and the motive was maliciously political one. As for the content of the videos, I have no embarrassment or regret about them. The videos depict consenting adults engaging in intimate actions in their private lives. They all display fully consensual behavior, harming nobody. Obviously, it can be uncomfortable and unpleasant when your private behavior is made public against your will. That's why the behavior is private in the first place. But the only wrongdoing here is the criminal and malice publication of the video in an attempt to malign perceived political enemies and advance a political agenda. Others are, of course, free to form their own judgments, as some are prone to do about others' private lives. It won't change my work. I will continue all the many prongs of my journalism and pursue the cases most important to me, exactly as before. And Glenn Greenwald should be judged. He should be judged very harshly on the harm he's doing to the queer community, on the fact that he's giving legitimacy to Fox News. Judge him to hell with that. But when it comes to, again, what he does with consenting adults, who the fuck cares? And it's salacious for a lot of people because they don't understand BDSM or kink, or they're not into it themselves. But the thing that kind of gets me is when we go back here. Even if what he's doing is obviously weird, as somebody who's autistic, I've gotten that label a lot. I'm an adult. I like costume jewelry. I have plushy unicorns. A lot of what I like is considered weird, but it harms no one and it brings some joy to my life. So why is there a problem? If somebody with consenting adults enjoys dressing up as a puppy, enjoys submitting, enjoys kink, why is it a big deal? For a lot of people, just even being able to have these outlets, to find these things that bring them joy, is something that others don't have. There's a lot of people out there where there's nothing that brings them a certain level of satisfaction or joy. They don't have those outlets. And so when you find one that works for you, great. Explore it. Enjoy it. I will still go to the tween stores for costume jewelry and squeal when I find a sparkly ring I like, Like, there is nothing wrong with being an adult and liking those things. And so I have this sparkly ring on and the other costume jewelry on, and I have my cat cafe earrings. It's a little cat in a cafe cup. Like, I have a slinky collection. And I'm in theater and I like being performative and all of this sort of stuff. And I quite often get labeled with that weird. That somehow I'm weird because I'm not normal. I don't follow the normal guidelines. And because I don't conform, there's something wrong with me, as opposed to I don't conform, but it's not harming anyone, so what's the problem? Like, what is the problem? There's nothing. Like, again, you're doing this with consenting adults. It's private. They're not exposing children to it, obviously, because then it wouldn't be consenting and it wouldn't be with adults and it would be illegal. But what you do in your spare time that brings you joy, if it's not harming anyone, have at it. Like, good that you can find that thing that brings you happiness. And the fact that people constantly want to strip away people's identities and what makes them happy and restrict how they're allowed to present and restrict what is and isn't normal and make you conform into a smaller and smaller and smaller box is not healthy for society. You end up with people like Glenn Greenwald, who will go on to the news, Fox News, and throw queer and trans people under the bus. Living sheltered, shuttered lives, hiding a piece of who they are away from everyone. It's just, it's not obviously weird to the person who's doing it. That's the thing. It's not obviously weird to me that I like unicorns and I have plushy unicorns. It's not obviously weird to me that I have a ginormous jewelry collection that would boggle your mind. That is primarily costume jewelry. And I'm looking over at it right now, and I've had comments about it from people coming in. And I've kept jewelry from when I was like 10. Because plastic doesn't really break down. I have, on any given day, I have bunches of fidget toys on my desk that I can bring out. And this was actually, somebody purchased this off of my wish list to send to me. Thank you very much. It is a fidget spinner with the little bubbly things that you can, the indefinite bubble pop thing. And, there's also like this thingy that I will regularly play with that can make nice clicking sound too. And I also have a little unicorn here that is nice and cute that I can always bring up. And like, other fidgety things are all over my desk at any given time, and sometimes I have an urge to play with one and not the other, and I have this little thing because I love things that spin, so this spins really good, but my desk is too cluttered to let it spin right now. It's just... These things make my life suck a little less. We should be allowed to have these things as adults. We should be allowed to explore alternative lifestyles as adults and have our lives suck a little less. And if you find that thing that brings you joy, explore it, embrace it, don't be ashamed about it. The fact that it just gets into the media, and the people who are the strongest opponents of it are the people that I'm usually most suspicious about. It's the same as the parents that want those queer books out of the school, or, you know, they don't want their children to receive any education around sex because they're afraid that the knowledge might, you know, it's those parents that I'm worried about. You know, I don't want to make any blanket accusations that they're problematic, but in my experience, it's usually those ones who are. It doesn't restrict only those ones, but there definitely seems to be a skew in the balance there. Or those Republican conservative religious folks that will be like, oh, look at what Glenn Greenwald is doing. He needs to pray. I actually saw one tweet relating to that, quote tweeted, where a Republican was like, we need to pray for him to save his soul. No, I'm worried about him. I'm worried about that guy that demands prayer. He scares me. Somebody dressing up in fetish gear and having a good time, that person does not scare me. But it's the people enforcing their will, their restrictions, their mentality onto others. Those are the people who scare me. And I'm usually most scared about what they are doing behind closed doors. It's, yeah. Anyway, I'll show you what I had next in my docket. And we can debate, because I've been at this for 4 hours, if I'm going to do it now because I'm running out of steam. But just so you know that there's some people who have the luxury of crossing the border. You can keep him. Co-host of the Young Turks on Future of Left-Wing Media on CBC News. He's coming into my territory to do news spots? Huh? Huh? He could have just kept the Canadian. I've watched this. It's almost 17 minutes long. And you would never guess what he says about other leftists in this. So here's this American coming up into Canadian territory to talk shit about leftists. And he goes right into it. Like, it's just no hold barred. The left is horrible. The left will do this. The left is that, we can't talk to other right-wingers because the left will get so upset and blah, blah, blah. And I'm a Muslim, so I know how bad things are. And so to another entire community of people who might not have known who he is, they now have seen that from him. Let's just say there's going to be clips from this video in my video. There will be clips from this 17-minute long video in my probably what's going to be 6-hour long video documentary about what I'm putting together. That will be split into 2. And I'm still trying to find the other program. I don't know if it's been posted to YouTube yet or not, because he was going on to another show, Mo Amir in BC. Lance from the Surf has actually been on with Mo Amir to talk about issues over in BC. I'm very, very curious about what he says on these programs. let's just say my ears might be burning a little bit if he starts talking about, you know, maybe how great they are. Oh, we once had a Canadian content creator. If he mentions that, I will lose my shit. I will go absolutely nuclear. That video that, isn't that priority. I have other immediate priorities right now. If he says anything like that, that video is coming out in 2 weeks. But I think I'm losing steam to actually go over this video because it is like 17 minutes long and I would want to stop it like every 5 seconds to go like, ah. But, let's check the SandBox. Oh, and just, right, I was going to tie this into the weird thing, like when it comes to role-playing and stuff like that, because I had mentioned it earlier, but I meant to mention it at the end because, like I said, I'm part of this space, which is an initiative by the Letter Hack and a bunch of other lefty content creators to make like a 24/7 news or 24/7 leftist YouTube channel. And I will be going on from 4 to 5 on Wednesdays. And when it starts up. And I was thinking of doing my own role-playing as a vampire. And giving commentary about the news and stuff in society as the vampire from my book. And a lot of people would probably think that's weird, that I can get into that character so much. And to all of those people, I would just say, fuck all the way off. I enjoy it. I enjoy playing a vampire at every opportunity I can. I'm not harming anyone because it's not like I'm a real vampire yet. So that would be weird. It's role-playing. I take on their persona, but it feels so much fun to be a vampire, to play that persona. It feels like I'm unleashing a part of who I am, to get into that headspace and to have the fangs on and things of that sort. Like, I absolutely love it. So let me know in the SandBox if you would like to see me as Minuet, or maybe a different named vampire, so that I'm not quite the exact character from the book. If I make a vampire persona for my Wednesday shows to give commentary on social media and the news and social commentary and stuff like that, give me a whole bunch of like, are there vampire emojis that you can throw into the SandBox or thumbs up to let me know if that's something that you might actually like. But let's check the SandBox. And I've scrolled up as high as I can scroll up. And I think those segments got people a-talking because I'm not where I left off. So the SandBox must have been moving. Because I see BCat saying just another way to demonize and sexualize the queer community while removing necessary information that helps kids be exactly who they are. Bobazette is right. 90 miles an hour is fast, not slow. What is that in kilometers? Let's see. What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about in here? What? Neck ain't broken? What are you guys talking about? And vaping? The Wild West, sexy planets. Ah, yes, talking about the astrophysics. Smart people are sexy. There's my kink. Smart people. Sapiosexual, as they say. Which is really just a pretentious term that some people like to use to snob up and be like, I'm more sophisticated because I'm only attracted to smart people. And the thing is I am, but I don't need to use the term. I just say I'm attracted to smart people. That, it doesn't matter how pretty a person is. unless they can talk smart, I have zero interest in them, and they're not attractive to me. Like, they can be the most picturesque, beautiful, perfectly proportioned body ever. Like, just, put into a billion AI generators as the best looking person, and I can meet that person in real life, and I would have zero, absolutely zero interest in them unless they can talk smart to me. Bad Lefty saying my cousin has a PhD in astrophysics. Ooh, really? Tell me more. Rolando DD, they'll show horrific violence in children's movies and cartoons, but they'll censor tits quick, won't they? Yeah. Yeah, no, lots and lots of violence being exposed to children. And the thing is again, it's like children aren't all that innocent. Like when you look at, like, I'm talking teenagers, like older teenagers and stuff. If you look at the video games they play and the books they read and the TV shows they watch and stuff of that sort, like how many high school students probably have seen Game of Thrones all the way through? Like, it's just, they're exposed to a lot of this stuff already in media. It's out there in media. Readily accessible on the TV. Like, it's just a way, because for a lot of queer kids, the ones that have to stay closeted at home, the only safe place they have is going to school. And it's about taking away that one place where they can feel safe and harming them, about making them feel like they're wrong for being who they are. And it's sickening that they're doing this because, there's no shortage of what a straight heterosexual relationship should look like. There's no shortage of violence, of all that sort of stuff. And there is no shortage of sexual content on TV and media that kids have access to, but nobody blinks an eye at because it's normally straight related, or it's in Game of Thrones, or, you look at a lot of things like Star Trek Next Generation, kids watch that. They talked about sex and grape and all of that sort of stuff in the series. And sometimes series will touch on hard-hitting subjects as a way to help kids feel like they're not alone when it comes to things like self-harm or suicide and stuff of that sort, to let them know it's okay to ask for help if they feel like something is going wrong, if they feel like there's an adult in their life that is maybe being inappropriate to them, to teach them what is and isn't okay, that certain secrets shouldn't be secrets, that there's a lot of programming out there that would be considered explicit, but it's educational and age appropriate, and it helps inform kids to keep them safe. And that's the goal, isn't it? To keep children safe? That's what we want. So how is firing teachers that do their job well because they have this persona online, or they do adult stuff outside of school, how is that helping those children, really? It's just punishing people for being different. Let's see. Bad Lefty, he was also a European kickboxing champion and 7th Dan black belt in Kung Fu Karate when I was a child. Are you talking, is that your astrophysics cousin who can also do that? Are they single? Let's see. Rolando DD, kink shaming trash. Bozette, I don't understand what puppy fetish is. It's a mask furry thing. It'd be similar, but it's more leather. And you know, furries, it's usually you're taking on like a persona, like you have an animal persona, like not an animal persona, but you're taking on like, I guess, like an anime character persona. So an amorphous human animal cross, but you take on a different character. Whereas with puppy play and stuff like that, it's more you're taking on the persona of the actual animal. And you know, you see cat girls all the time with the little ears and stuff that like to purr, like pretend to purr and be playful and things of that sort. And it's just, it's a way of being playful while role playing, and it's a way of escaping your reality and having an outlet. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't understand, and there's a lot of stuff that many people don't understand, but it doesn't make it weird. It doesn't make it obviously weird. And because what one person's weird is another person's normal. So it is, yeah, it's more, and so, yeah, it's more leather related with the puppy play and whatnot. But it's just playing. Like, that's the thing. It's just playing. It's adults having fun. And that's taken away from adults way too many times. Because I was so fortunate I got into improv, because improv is one of the few things you can do as an adult that is something that's fun to do, that isn't like sports related or anything to do with sex, but is like also like team orientated and things of that sort. Like you have to work with others. And doing improv, you role play a lot. It's a lot of fun. But it's so hard for adults to do things that are just fun, things that they enjoy. And it's constantly being taken away, like, oh no, you need to conform to society, you need to be more sophisticated. How dare an adult enjoy slinkies? The slinkies, no! How dare you know how to do a simple hypnotic slinky trick? Ooh. At your age, you should have no slinkies. All those people can fuck right off. So yeah, it's not quite a furry thing. Furry thing is a different category of kink, I think. Bozed, moms used to defend teachers who got disciplined, and the wildest story was when one farted and they tried to get to fire him and then farted again on his way out of the meeting. Okay. Rolando DD, soon they won't allow people to teach while pregnant. That would indicate the teacher had sex. Rolando DD sounds like grown man minding his own business to me. Let's see. Bozed, same questions arise with airline pilots, police, and our government. Yeah. Part of being an adult is knowing how to compartmentalize part of your identity and who you are. You know, who you are at work is probably not who you are at home. And for so many different reasons. And you might have one group of friends where you can express yourself in one way, but not in their group of friends. If you have kids, then you might present yourself in one way in front of them that you wouldn't necessarily present when you're not in front of your kids. Like, it's just, we know how to compartmentalize. That's part of being an adult. It doesn't mean that you put something in a box and you put it on a shelf never to touch again, but you have to learn when it's appropriate to take it off the shelf. And yeah, just because you're into kink, it doesn't mean that you lack the competence to do a job. Or that you like sex or anything of that sort. It doesn't mean you can't then do your job. So, like, why is students looking up porn at home and the teacher's problem? The teacher's problem, yeah. That's a parental thing. They have responsibilities, and one of them is to educate their children so that they don't seek that out. Let's see. Rolando DD, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Yeah. Also saying this is patriarchy. Hurts everyone. Let's see. Bozette, everyone has a kink according to dictionary religion people. Even being religious can be a kink. Like, trying to restrict how people are allowed to have sex in their own personal lives is just, yeah, it's, why do you care what other people are doing? Like, that's the other thing that boggles my mind when it comes to, like, celebrity sex scandals and stuff like that. Who cares who's fucking who and how? Like, it just, why does it matter? How does it make your life any better or less better? Like, I don't understand this fixation on how other people have sex. It's not something I think of. It's, yeah. But to actually then try to force it into law and stuff too, it's, the Wild West. I collect Star Wars action figures and cool rocks. I have a bunch of Star Wars stuff and cool rocks too. Yeah, I'm burnt out. Only 2 hours left. That was a half hour ago. Oops. It jumped, of course. Where was I? Where was I? Okay, I think that's where I was, trying to get caught up on comments. Looney Tunes 9000, are you going to make that Chank going to Canada segment into that TYT video? There will be snippets of it, but it won't be about him going to Canada. I see 2 vampires. I don't know if that's enough for me to do the vampire persona for 1 hour a week. Well, it's not that I need an excuse, but, you know, it is, it's an intriguing idea. And buy my book. I want to sell 100 books this month. I haven't even sold 100 books so far. People noticing that Cenk has come to Canada. Rolando DD, I have an activist kink, so it's so weird. Rolando DD, but a woman breastfeeding her baby? Outrage. Yes, that's an issue. Imagine a teacher breastfed their baby in front of the kids. The horror. As I swallow some spittle the wrong way. The Wild West, they're bringing back the world I grew up in where you had no one to turn to for help outside your family. Soul Life, when 90210 came out, that was the time to change the channel. I remember that. Yeah, they talked about sex in that series a lot, I think. I know my stepfather got upset with The Simpsons because of the language that they used. Not that the language he used was any good. Also, just think of South Park. Like, come on. Kids are exposed to that all the time. Let's see. Let's see. Rolando DD, how dare you still be endowed with this childlike wonder and imagination? Like, that's the thing. Adults revere children for their ability to have an imagination and play and have fun. But as soon as an adult does it, it's how dare you? Let's see. I'm almost caught up to the bottom of the sandbox. Let's see. Bozette, stop reading mine, please. LOL. BCAT, if people were paid better, parents wouldn't have to rely on teachers to do the parenting they could do if they didn't have to work so much to survive. Hello, kitty cat. So, like, people that are more educated tend to have more liberal views. So what does the right do? Not self-reflect. They decide to propagandize education and don't think there's anything wrong. This cat will just come here and be like, here's my butt. Like, he'll sit here and all of a sudden, boom, his butt will just... So, Life, apparently Elon got physical with someone in the White House when they criticized his Dodge promise, which may have led to a black eye departure. I saw stuff on that. I don't care. I don't care. The sooner he gets out of influence, the better for everyone. But is it shocking anyone? He's taking an unhealthy amount of drugs? Oops. 56 Knightbridge, 9:30 p.m. in Toronto currently. My life requires that I get some munchies in a cup of joe soon. Yeah, I'm going to be signing off in just a moment. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Linear is so cute. If you're in Toronto, you can go to the Bill 5 protest tomorrow. Yeah, Rolando, yeah, there's a pic of the black eye on Elon, claimed to be his son punched him, but Bannon has different story. Anonymous was also breaking down the picture, saying it's more than just the eye. If you look, you can see a bruise and a... I don't care. I don't care. Mm. We have it in here. We have it in here. Everyone will want to see your adorable face. He always looks so grumpy, though. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know if I'll be doing anything this week related to my channel, because like I said, I had these other more immediate things kind of pop up that I need to take care of. But I will be looking for that Moa Mir and Cenk Uygur conversation to see if I need to blow a casket or not. And I just have like crazy busy couple weeks coming up, and I'm just like burning out. Spending a lot of money that I don't necessarily have in hopes that it pays off, or at least pays back. Fingers crossed. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, maybe one day I can tell people all about it, and it'll just be one of those cute little anecdotes from long ago. But also, don't forget to buy my book. Tell other people to buy my book. Encourage people to buy my book. I would love to sell 100 copies of my book. I would love to sell 100,000 copies of my book, but I'll start small. Start small. 100 copies. We'll start there. 100,000 copies would be absolutely amazing. That's a CBC doc I might actually watch. Sorry, I got distracted with my YouTube recommends, saying the rise of the assholes. Why do we keep rewarding bad behavior? That sounds semi-interesting. So Life, I wonder if Anna's new show has been addressed on TYT, or at the very least the chat. I imagine the chat talks about it, but I don't... Let's just say if it was addressed on TYT, the Vanguard would be on it. We would know through the Vanguard if they were talking about it on TYT. But yeah. But I do gotta go because I'm tired, and I also want my munchies and cup of joe and stuff. So thank you to the mods, keeping the SandBox clean of sand crabs. Krabby crabs? I don't know. Gotta think of a cooler term. Thank you again for the super chat that I got from 56 Nickridge. I really appreciate it. You know all these drills, you know them. I have lots of stuff on my Amazon wish list. please check it out. And if you can help out a little or a lot, any little bit helps. Let's see anything. Thank you everyone for just watching. Super appreciate it. But don't forget to recommend me to other shows. Try to get me on to other shows. I really appreciate the exposure. I want to, by the end of the month, I want to sell 100 books and break over 8K subscribers. I have been hovering around the same 7 point whatever it is right now. Yeah, 7.95 for, it feels like a year. I would like to get over the 8K mark. Yeah, every little bit helps. And thank you to all the people who have become patrons and members and purchased things off my wish list. I literally could not have made it this far without your support, and I super appreciate it. Getting cat fur all over my face. And so the plan is to be here next Sunday, but you know, it's going to be a crazy week. So hopefully I'll be here next Sunday. So until then, there we go. There we go. There, no, you gotta look at the camera. You gotta look at the camera. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.